Please provide a warm welcome for your tournament MC, Jerry Christ.
Good morning, McGonigo. Welcome to day 2 of MROC, Wisconsin's premier off-season event. We hope you had a fantastic day yesterday, and we hope all that attended the mentor and team socials last night had a great time. And of course, then you got your recommended 8 hours of rest so we can have a great day today. Again, I want to take a moment to thank our platinum sponsors, Banker Wire and Quick Trip, as well as our premier sponsors, premier partners, Touchpad Electronics and Matheson Manufacturing. We could not do this without their support. Before we jump into our first match of the day, we have a guest speaker that I'd like to welcome to the field. They are a co-founder and principal partner of one of our premier sponsors, Touchpad Electronics. Please welcome Matt Swain.
Good morning, everybody. So, normally I just wing something like this, but today I wanted to put some thoughts together because, I think everything related to FIRST and what it means to me is important to kind of convey to everybody in the audience. So, just generally, I think today is a great day to celebrate kind of the foundation of FIRST and the fact that you teams are here today to compete in the off season. So this is not something that's required, something that everybody does, and I think it's really special that Team 930 has grown immensely at their core values since I was intimately involved with the team. But I'm very proud of all the progress that the coaches, mentors have done over the years, and to put something like this together now, third year running and growing, right? It's very special to me to be here and see everybody that's here and the things that this team is doing now that they weren't doing once before, and so very inspirational. So I wanted to kind of share a little bit of my journey in FIRST and talk to you a little bit about my history. In 2015, so about a decade ago, my oldest daughter came to me and she was talking about she wanted to stay late after school and be able to build Legos. And what I didn't know at the time that was actually a thing. And I figured they were just there building Legos, and I thought, oh, that was cool. I loved Legos when I was a kid. So I think I joined my Brickbusters team in East Troy in 2016. And in 2017, we were fortunate enough to go to the World Tournament in Detroit. And the team placed first in project and second in the world in robot. So there was a lot of tears as a dad to see my kid, who was, she was a little bit fearful of speaking in front of people and working inside a team with a big group. And so it was really, for me, something that really just set a fire inside of me to say, this is a great organization. Kids that maybe don't have, all the, sports abilities or other things that get you somewhere inside of high school that allows them an outlet to be able to collaborate together. And so for me, it was really, it was special to hear about how there was an actual organization developed around team building, creating a project, expressing those things and doing those things in front of judges, and then large crowds like this, right? This is really cool stuff. So she, well, my younger daughter then eventually joined that same Lego League team and did very well. My daughter came to McGuanago, and I joined the Team 930 here for a few years to try to usher her into that realm. And it was cool that the very first year that she joined the team, this group in 2019 was able to make it to the world stage on Einstein, which was a lot of tears and all the rest of it. So it was very special to me to be involved. And when I did get involved, this team, I joined the business group because that's kind of my background. I thought where I could add some value. And, I was told, hey, this is a robot team. We're always focused on just the robot and the robot alone, and there's really very little chance that we're going to be able to compete at the high levels that are required to be able to achieve chairman awards and stuff like this. And I believe that was I think probably totally against all the beliefs that Brian and Greg had at the time. They wanted to be an impactful team, a team that's taking on more responsibility for the organization and developing and fostering opportunity inside of the community. And I think as time went on, even after I had left and after that huge championship, this team really came together to develop something much, much bigger than creating and running the best robot inside of the competition base, right? They look to the community. They're raising Lego League teams. They're doing things like this off-season event, which to me, having kind of been forced to be on the outside for the last several years in raising a business, these guys have taken to the initiative of raising a team and raising a community and raising themselves up inside of the First Robotics platform. And so I think I've been really fortunate to have multiple interns from this team, 4 of them in particular, and some of which have moved on to be firmware and hardware engineers at organizations, a couple still in school, and one of them, Kenneth, who's here today, who I think I saw for the first time maybe when he was in 8th grade, doing these Lego League events, and still doing them today, still passionate about it. And now he's running my project team, doing commercial and DoD management inside of that group. So this is a really this organization and the things that are being done inside of it are really inspirational. I think one of the key takeaways that all I would give to all of the team members here would be that running a robot today, seeing the proof of what you're doing is really cool, and it's really special to be able to be part of a group that is doing great things on the field. But I think one of the side effects or several of the side effects are what really elevate team members of First in general, right? Whether it's at the Lego area, FTC, FRC, right? It's the communication, working with within a team and building those skills together, learning from one another, learning from your mistakes. You're going to make a pile of big mistakes, but I think the key takeaway needs to be that the output is perhaps a robot or perhaps a speech that you're giving to a group of judges about what your team's impact has been. But no matter how minimal the impact is judged at, and no matter how high the impact is judged at, I think the one thing to take away is that you're trying to make an impact. And today, I think, is a day to celebrate the fact that there is impact. There's 2 more off-season events that are happening in Wisconsin this year. And I believe the more and more we get to a point where everybody wants to have these off-season events, makes it that much more encouraging for teams to get involved in these things and keep going year-round and building those skills year-round. It's not about just running a robot year-round. So I just want to say thank you to Team 930 for putting this together, and I hope everybody has a great time today, and good luck to everybody. We'd like to, at Touchpad, offer, in addition to each of the awards, a team sponsorship for each of the award winners today. So as the awards come through, I'd like to get team contact information and be able to hook up with the team leads for sponsorships and be able to get those underway for next year. So good luck to everybody. I hope you have a great and fun time today.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Wow. It's partners like Touchpad that make all of this possible. So, couple housekeeping things. We're going to start getting the robots onto the field so that we can go ahead and play out the rest of our matches today. Immediately after that, we're going to roll into Alliance selection, and then we're going to take lunch. We'll jump into the planned playoffs immediately after lunch. So before we get the robots on the field and get powered up, let's go ahead and rise, please, if you can. Remove your hats for the national anthem. Check it. All right, teams, let's go ahead and get those robots on the field and powered up. We'll be back to introduce qualification match 38 in just a few moments.
I think your mic's on.
All right, let's get to know the robots for this match. Starting on the Red Alliance, we're going to start it off with 9993.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, that's the newer Apple Corps Robotics.
All right, joining them, this team's ready to launch. It's team 3596.
From South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, please welcome Rocket Robotics.
And joining them to round out this alliance, it's team 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, the Warrior Bots.
On the blue side, we're going to start things off with team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
Joining them, it's team 6643.
From Racine, Wisconsin, Walnuts and Bolts.
And rounding it out, it's team 9999.
From Edgewood, Wisconsin, please welcome Cutting Edge 1881.
I think our desk camera might be.
Alrighty, match 37 gets underway in 3, 2, 1, go.
Off we go, qualification number 37, and once again, we got all 6 robots on both alliances moving fast and quick. With just that 15 seconds autonomous, looks like 6421, that is Warrior Bots already getting set up for driver control. Into driver control we go in 6421 Warrior Bots right off the bat, ready to get some of those Coral and those L4s to get as many points. Unfortunately missed, but that's a-okay as it has its alliance partners, Team 3569 and 9993, helping them to get as many points. Looks like the newer Apple Corps Robotics trying to get as many of those algae as possible. Meanwhile, on the blue alliance, looks like we got 6643 Walnuts and Bolts attempting to put one of those corals on the L4, along with its alliance partners quickly and safely filling up those L4s. Both alliances moving fast. Looks like 9993 just aligning itself well to make sure they're able to score the algae into that net, and successfully do so with just 1 minute 30 seconds left on that clock. Meanwhile, on the blue alliance, looks like 9999, Cutting Edge 1881, moving to get some of those components. Oh no, but looks like 1259, that's Paradigm Shift stuck on top of a game component, and its alliance partner helping it to hopefully realign itself back on that field. With just 1 minute left on that clock, will they be able to do so? Looks like all 3 partners, all 3 alliances were members trying to work as well together as possible to get that Paradigm Shift robot back aligned before they run out of time. But on the red alliance, they continue to stack up some of those points in a hope to make up and catch up with that blue alliance with merely 35 seconds left on that clock. And looks like Paradigm Shift is free from that game component, and all 3 of those blue alliance robots are back on track to score those points with just under 30 seconds left on the clock before qualification 37 ends. There goes that buzzer for that end game start, and looks like all All 6 robots working to get those final points before they have to go into Blue Alliance. We've got 12:59 Paradigm Shift ready in park. We got 2 robots of the Red Alliance, and looks like the third one getting in there with just 3 seconds left on that clock. And that is the end of qualification 37. Alright, looks like we have scores from that qualification match, and looks like it's a Blue Alliance win. Blue Alliance takes that win under their belts with a score of 99-61. Blue Alliance taking home 5 ranking points with them with this win.
Yep.
And good morning from the MROC Live Desk. Dan, how's it good to feel back? How does it feel to be back?
It feels great to be back again for day 2 of MROC, Wisconsin's premier off-season event.
No, it was a really good first start of match as everyone's starting to get loose again, get back into competition.
Yeah, I saw some interesting strategy moves there in that match. Obviously, we had the Red Alliance focusing almost entirely on the algae there. It looked like they had 2 robots whose focus was on the algae, and then 1 robot who might have been working on their coral, but didn't seem to be doing super well with that, and they're struggling a bit, so they zipped over and played a bunch of defense. But their defense was pretty heavy defense that they were doing there, and they were able to effectively shut down one of the coral loading zones over there for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, no, they were definitely hitting the processor and the barge, so both sections of that algae scoring capabilities from that alliance. In 64-21, they've been playing a tough defense all year, so I'm not surprised on that one. Switching over to blue, what'd you see?
I saw Blue doing just a pretty good job, just each of the robots doing their thing. We were able to match the algae points that the Red Alliance was putting up pretty well. We had the Red Alliance with 44 algae points, and the Blue Alliance with 50 coral points. So they were pretty close on their focuses there. The Blue Alliance was able to put up those extra 24 points into the algae as well, which just put them over the edge there. Both teams also had their barge focus at the end. It was pretty tight, but that disadvantage that the Red Alliance had with not being able to put the coral up definitely hampered their ability to score there.
And more importantly, keeping 1259 in that top 8 potential Alliance captain position.
Oh yeah.
Awesome, and we'll toss it back to the field.
Sorry, I needed to.
Alrighty, let's look at our teams for qualification 38 here. Let's start off with our Red Alliance. Starting off, we have team 1220. That's the Rock Hoppers from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Joining them in the Red Alliance is Team 5096, the Teutonic Force from Germantown, Wisconsin. Finally, rounding up the Red Alliance, we have Team 9997, the Hexter Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Alrighty, now on our Blue Alliance starting off, we have Team 8744, that's the Leviathans from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Joining them in the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3197, the Hex Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Finally, rounding up that Blue Alliance is Team 4531, the Steampunk from Two Rivers, Wisconsin.
Check. Test. Check. Check. Sure. You got me now? Check. All right, we have a field and a green light. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Off we go. That is the start of qualification number 38. Once again, we have all 6 robots moving on the Red Alliance. Looks like the 2 robots, 9997, that's the Hexter Hounds, along with Rock Hoppers, just simply parking and getting. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, they got plenty of that coral on that L4 covered just in autonomous. Looks like we'll see if Red Alliance can catch up to them within the 2 minutes, 50 seconds they have left. Right off the bat, Hexter Hounds moving real quick to get some of those coral on those L4. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance continuing to move and get some of those covered up and getting as many L4s under their bucket as possible. Team 3197, that's the Hex Hounds moving fast and quick to get some of those algae out into that net and successfully do so. Along with their team alliance partner 8744, that's the Leviathans, moving quick to get some of those L3s too, and moving fast to get those coral as much as possible. Back on the Red Alliance, it looks like we got all of the robots moving, getting some help from their human players to grab some of those coral to score some more points. 9997, the Hexter Hounds attempting one more chance, and they do successfully score some of that L4 with just 1:15 seconds left on that clock. Looks like on the Blue Alliance, they got almost every single one of those nodes covered for the L4s. Just 2 more remaining, which hopefully they will be able to cover within that minute left on the clock. The Red Alliance also trying to catch up, getting some of those coral points under their buckets, and getting that looks like working all together and getting as many points as they can maximize and get with just 45 seconds left on that clock. Looks like 45-31, that's Steampunk, continuing to get some of those L2s under their bucket as well, helping out their team alliance alliance members and getting those points as much as possible. Looks like trying to optimize the points they can get, and with just 5 seconds left till end game starts. 5096 making one last attempt to score that coral on that L4 and successfully do so, along with their alliance partner Hextra Hounds. Looks like 2 out of those 3 blue alliance members in that parking spot and trying to align themselves better. Meanwhile, the red alliance also getting that parking spot with 5 seconds left. Will they do so? Looks like they successfully do that. That is the end of qualification number 38 with team 3197 hanging well above ground. Alright, looks like we have our scores for qualification number 38. And that's once again a Blue Alliance win. Blue Alliance taking that win home with 149 to 50 points. Blue Alliance has all 6 ranking points under their belt, and both alliances get that autonomous ranking point.
And welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. That was a really good match, really high scoring, 147 by 3 and 5. But I'm more importantly, I'm joined here by Brady from 1091, or how will be at the MROC Live Desk.
Today I have for you guys summer camps at 1091.
Okay, oh cool. So it's actually summer camps that your team puts on yearly?
Yeah, we do 2 camps yearly, one in June, one in July.
Okay, are those for middle schoolers, grade schoolers?
So the engineering camps for 5 through 12.
Okay.
And then the programming camp is from 10 to 15.
Perfect, and it's really impactful to your school and to your program as well as from your earlier conversation, right?
Yeah.
So is that directly impacting your team, or is that other schools as well to kind of promote STEM and STEAM?
It impacts not only our school, but the community around us. We have it open to Hartford and the surrounding towns.
Awesome. No, it's really good to not just impact just your school, but also getting that message out to other schools, other areas, other students to learn more about engineering, STEAM. So that's awesome. Or can you kind of go into that programming camp? Like, what do the kids go through? Or how do you teach them? Like, describe a day of your camp for the audience.
So a day in our camp is going through and talking through each skill. And after going through each skill, we'll go through and cover what they actually learned, and then go and reschedule or propose what we just said to have better understanding.
Awesome. So if anybody has any questions about the summer camp that you guys do to utilize into their school, how would they reach out to you guys?
We are available by just messaging Team 1091 or emailing team1091@gmail.com.
Awesome. So thank you so much for teaching the audience more about the summer camps, and we'll toss it back to the field.
Yep.
All right, Aaron, thanks a lot. Let's go ahead and meet the teams for qualification match 39 out of 50. We're going to start out on the Red Alliance. Who are we? It's Team 93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, please welcome New Apple Corps.
And joining them, we have Team 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Roundtable Robotics.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, Team 706.
From Heartland, Wisconsin, it's Cyberhawks.
On the Blue Alliance, we're going to start out with a team that's ready to deliver. It's Team 1675.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, please welcome UPS, Ultimate Protection Squad.
Joining them is Team 2171.
All the way from Crown Point, Indiana, it's the Robo Dogs.
And finishing off with Team 6574.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Ferrodermis.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Light goes green, and that means start of qualification number 39. Right off the bat, we got, looks like Red Alliance super working hard at getting as many corals as possible. Unfortunately, have 2 missed attempts, but still again, 1 successful coral in that autonomous period. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance also makes a move, and now is just preparing for driver control period. There goes that start of driver control, and once again, all 6 robots moving fast and quick. On the Red Alliance, we got 93. That is New Apple Corps moving fast and attempts to score an L4, but unfortunately misses. Meanwhile, his partner, 706, that is the Cyberhawks, unfortunately having a coral in the robot, but looks like they're still working with the algae to score and see if they're able to do so. And they successfully get that in the net, but however, still have that coral stuck in their robot. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, we got all 3 robots moving fast. Looks like we got Team 2171. That's Robodogs from Indiana moving fast to get those corals on that L4 as fast as possible with the help of their human player. And their alliance partner, 6574, that's Ferrodermis, also helping them score some of those corals there with just under a minute and 30 seconds left on that clock. Meanwhile, the third partner, 1675, that is UPS, moving fast to get some of those with the help of their human player. Back on the Red Alliance, looks like we got all 3 robots moving fast. 706, Cyberhawks continuing to score as many of those points in the net during the barge. With just a minute left on that clock, let's see who gets how many points. Both alliances with under a minute left going neck to neck in terms of scores, and all 6 robots working hard to get those points to secure that win for qualification 39. On the Blue Alliance, looks like Ferroderm is still continuing hard to get those aligned and corals in their bag, and once again scoring another L4. On the Red Alliance, looks like we got once again Cyberhawks attempting to score some of those L4s, unfortunately missing. And that is the buzzer for 20 seconds left on the clock, which means it's time for endgame. Looks like we got on the Blue Alliance 6574. That is Ferrodermis already hanging along with their partner 1675 UPS with just 5 seconds left on the clock. So does Cyberhawks along with their partner New Apple Corps, and that is the end of qualification 39. Alrighty, looks like we have the scores from that eventful qualification 39. And once again, Blue Alliance takes that win home. Blue Alliance taking that win with 101 points to Red 72 points, with about 5 ranking points under their belt.
And welcome back for another exciting match at MROC. Dan, how was that match for you?
It was an interesting match for sure. We had some movements in the rankings there with 65-74 moving up into the 7th place, so that's going to move them into a picker's position for the moment. As we're coming down to the end of qualification matches here, you know, those ranking points can be very important to put yourself in that position of being able to picker. Even being in the top 10 can help with that, because then, you know, some of the alliances might pick from the ones that are already there, and then you move up. So teams are all looking at that kind of thing. It looked like 93 was struggling a little bit on the field there. They were struggling to do some scoring, moved over to play some defense. I saw them raise their lift up while playing defense, which was an interesting choice. But then they were kind of even struggling to drive around there. So they were doing an all right job blocking one of the ports, but because they weren't able to move around, you know, they've got there's 2 sides that the other teams can move to. So.
No, definitely, yeah. It's you can definitely see, but they'll get it back to the pit, they'll fix it up, and they'll get back for their next match.
Yep.
Speaking of the next match, this is a key match to that finals rankings, right?
Oh yeah. All of these teams here are right up there in the rankings, and all of them are going to be looking to improve their rankings. But that means they're going to be trying to play a really tough game against each other here.
So yeah, with that, you have 1732 with a rank 1 for the Red Alliance, and then you have 2202 still ranked 5 in that top 8, versus not just one team, but almost 2 teams in that top 8 as well.
Yep, 1714 at rank number 2, 2062 at rank number 9. You know, we've got 2 top 10 teams on both of those alliances there.
So this could be a preview for those final matches.
Yep,
So,
we're excited to see what's going to go on here.
awesome, and we'll send it back.
I'll take the handheld. Oh, just introduce.
Yeah, do you know the names and numbers, though, is my question. Jerry, numbers, that's fine.
We're trying to get his mic to work.
They're all Wisconsin teams, so we better know them all.
Alrighty, let's look at our teams here on qualification number 40. Starting off with our Red Alliance, first up is Team 1732. That's the Hilltopper Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Joining them in the Red Alliance is Team 2202, Beast Robotics from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Rounding up the final Red Alliance is Team 1091, Oriole Assault from Hartford, Wisconsin.
These are sometimes up to date, not always up to date. So
Onto that Blue Alliance over there. Starting up is our wonderful host team, Team 930, Mukwonago Bears from Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Joining Team 930 is Team 1714, More Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Wrapping up that wonderful Blue Alliance is Team 2062, that's Core 2062 from Waukesha, Wisconsin.
You go ahead and call it. You go ahead and call it.
has to be drivers behind the line. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
And you don't what comes up from your FTA right now is done.
Okay.
Kind of like, I kind of think announcers need to rely on this.
Alrighty, looks like we got that green light from our FTA, which means we're ready to start qualification number 40. Drivers behind the line as we start in 3, 2, 1. Off we go. That is green light for qualification 40, which means all 6 robots moving super fast and super quick. Blue line's quick and swift to get all those corals there. Unfortunately, McQuantico Bears misses that attempt, but that is A-okay as they got 2 L4s down there. Meanwhile, on the red alliance, looks like they're also quick and swift as they get already 4 corals on that L4s and continue to pack some more in there with just 2 minutes left on that clock. Oreo Solid continuing to go. Looks like, oh, they're attempting to go to the blue alliance. Unfortunately, kind of bump into their cage, but that's okay as they managed to move into that blue alliance space to play a defensive play. On the blue alliance, we got Team Core 2062 moving quick and fast, grabbing some of those corals from their human player at the coral station, and moving fast to score some of those lower levels to get some points under their bucket. On the red alliance, we got Beast Robotics trying to grab some of those corals from their human player. Unfortunately missed, but that's okay, as they still have 1 minute 30 seconds to make up for that. Hilltopper Robotics continue to grab some of this algae to score those into that basket. Let's see if they do it successfully or not. Meanwhile, McQuantico Bear playing a defensive play on the red alliance side of the field and managing to do so as they kind of block part of that to make it a little more difficult for that red alliance to grab some of those coral pieces. With under 1 minute left on the clock, 6 robots all still working hard. Each side has the defensive player on either side of the field. Hilltopper Robotics once again grabbing. Oh, looks like there is unfortunately penalties being issued at that. Oh, hopefully it can get covered up with the points they score. With just 3 seconds left till endgame starts, 6 robots still scoring those final points before they go ahead and score those endgame points. McQuantico Bears starting to line up to either hang or park. Meanwhile, on the red alliance, Hilltopper Robotics already in their barge zone, followed by their alliance partner 1091 Oriole Assault joining them. Looks like meanwhile, Beast Robotics still wrapping up one final point score with just a second left on the clock. Oh, barely away from that line. And that, my folks, is the end of qualification number 40. Alrighty, looks like we have that scores from qualification number 40. And that's a wonderful Blue Alliance win. Blue Alliance once again taking that win home with 121 points to Red's 88. Taking 5 of those ranking points home with them, and Hilltoppers still staying with first in the ranks.
Wow, Dan, what a match. They're in the top 8, and they definitely showed in that match.
Oh yeah, as expected, that match was a superb match. We had lots of great teamwork going on there. The Blue Alliance was, both teams both had very similar strategies there, having their top 2 seeded teams doing the scoring and sending their ranked 17 and 18 team on the opposite side to play defense. Both had some pretty effective defense there going on as well.
Yeah, specifically defense. Let's pull up the telestrator and let's call out one specific point of what that defense impacted that Blue Alliance, or Red Alliance specifically. So we're going through auto here. Let's skip ahead to Telia. And then you see 930 is right here from their reef, but they won't be there long. So you see 930 coming over for defense here, and you specifically see them going to one station and one station only. You see right here, that's 1732's human player. They know that 1732 knows how to load the robot, and the other Alliance member doesn't. That one key play from 930 in the Blue Alliance changed that match.
And I think my mic's down. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, also you had 2062 focusing on coral this match. Most of this tournament, we've seen them focusing on algae, but I saw them doing a lot more coral this time. And with 1714 also being one of the most consistent and efficient coral scorers, they really racked up a lot of those points.
Yeah, so another exciting match, and I'm sure we'll have one in this next one.
And
Back to the field.
We had an upset in the number 1 seed now too, with 1714 dethroning 1732. Both teams were, neither of them had lost a match yet.
Let's go away. All right, robot fans. We are just about set for qualification match number 41. Let's do a speed run of these teams getting started in red. It's 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it's Red Raider Robotics.
They're joined this match by 9994.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
Wait a second. I've seen these guys before. It's 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Leviathans.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, paint cans at the ready. It's 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, it's Graffiti.
We've got our pre-rookies. It's 10909.
From Edgewood, Wisconsin, it's Cutting Edge 1881.
And the final member of our Blue Alliance makes some noise for 9997.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hextra Hounds.
Testing. How's everybody doing today?
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
Test.
Test, 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 test.
This
We're looking
match
all
started
clear.
in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, team, let's roll. It's qualification match number 41 here at MROC. Checking in on the Red Alliance. We've got 1 Coral on L4, 3 robots exiting that starting line. So that's a ranking point for Red, ranking point for Blue as well. Bonus Coral on the move from Graffiti as time runs out on Auto. Transition to Telly now well underway. Red Alliance advantage here. They've got 3 Coral on L4 to start us off. Blue getting their second right now. That's coming from Hextra Hounds on the Blue Alliance, 99-97. Pre-rookies cutting edge, they have got their manipulator figured out, and they are showing that they can score on L2, picking up a few points for the Blue Alliance, trying to catch up. Red has already got 5 Coral up on L4, so that's making progress toward the ranking point. They're going to need all 4 levels unless we see some co-op here in match number 41. Graffiti grabs 5 points for the Blue Alliance. Hextra Hounds follows it up with 5 of their own. Just 1 more Coral needed on L4 for the Blue Alliance to earn credit toward the ranking point. Minute and a half remaining. Red Alliance is in the lead, 59-43. Cutting Edge has made their way down to the red side of the field, playing a little bit of defense. That tank drive getting in the way of the Red Alliance. 87-44, Leviathans trying to access their Coral station, but Cutting Edge getting right in the way as that Coral drops down to the playing field floor. Checking in on our robots on the blue side, we also have a defensive offering by the Red Alliance. Better Name Later has come on over to play defense. They're up against Hextra Hounds. Hextra Hounds have Coral. They're able to negotiate it into the opposite side of their robot. Unfortunately, 8701 Graffiti, they are stuck up on some algae. No contact between their drivetrain and the floor. Hextra Hounds trying to help them out while being careful not to tip their alliance partner. Hextra Hounds a little bit closer to getting them to the ground now. Graffiti, though, very close to back on their feet, and phenomenal teamwork between Hextra Hounds and Graffiti to turn the offense back on for the Blue Alliance as that sonar ping sounds. 20 seconds remaining in match number 41. First bots to the barge, both of them are red. That's Red Raider and Better Name Later. Leviathan still moving about their reef zone, dropping off a few more points on L2. We do see contact with Deep Cages, 3 seconds left. Leviathans hanging out in their reef zone while Red Raider attempts to suspend themselves from a deep cage at the conclusion of match 41. Final results from match number 41 on the screen now. Taking the win is the Red Alliance. Red Alliance 117 to 58 in match number 41. 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance, 87-44, hanging out in number 3 as we approach the end of quals here at MROC.
And yet another exciting match at MROC. Dan, anything you see there?
I saw some really heavy defense being played that match by 87-44. They were able to quite effectively shut down the Blue Alliance there and cause them to kind of switch their strategy, switch which station they were going to. And I think that got them a little bit flustered, which caused that robot to get stuck on the algae there.
Did you see any reason why they came over for defense?
I did not notice that, but I did find that interesting considering they're like the number 3 seed. Usually, you know, your lower seed teams are the ones who go over to play defense, but in this case, we had the higher seed team going to play defense. But maybe they knew that defense was going to make the difference in this game and that their other 2 teams could put up consistent points, which it clearly worked out for them.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of that beached algae, I did have a conversation with one of the GDC engineers. They knew and specifically picked that material for those algae for that reason specifically, because they knew it interacted with bumper material and you could easily get on top of it. So that was from the GDC and it wasn't intentional.
Yep. And then we saw some good teamwork there by their alliance partner helping to try and pop them off that algae, try and get them back into the game, back up and running. But it wasn't quite enough for them to close the gap there with the points.
Awesome. Well, let's toss it back to the field.
We are back on the field here where we're getting ready for qualification match number 42. At this point, we've got folks playing in their second to last match of our qualification round as they work to do their best.
All right, we're going to introduce this next match. So I'm going to read numbers, Ryan's going to wave flags, and Zach's going to do intros. Let's get started on the Red Alliance with team 1675.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's UPS, Ultimate Protection Squad.
Next to them in red, team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, it's Paradigm Shift.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, let's hear it for team 6574.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, it's Ferrodermis.
That was red. Let's meet blue. Getting those flags off the field. Heading on over to our friends in the Blue Alliance. Starting it out with team 5096.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, it's the Teutonic Force.
Alliance partner 3596.
From South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Rocket Robotics.
And final member of this match, let's hear it for 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's Robo Dogs.
We're green at the table, so drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All righty, and we are off into autonomous. We got teams leaving. Every team has left the starting line. Over on red side, we got a team going for L4. It's 12:59. They missed it there. They're going for another one here at Fed Off the Coral Station. See if they get it. Oh, just missed it there. Now we're off into Telyap. We got teams moving everywhere. We got a Algae. Algae is getting displaced over there by 12:59. Over on the Blue Alliance, we got teams going for L4 here. It's team 60-96. Just got an L4 coral scored from Ferrodermis. Looks like they're going to be going here for another one off of the coral station from the human player. They're coming around as their teammates 12:59 just scored an L4 coral. Human player on the Red Alliance just chucked up an Algae into the net there. 59-96 scores a coral on L4 as their teammates take an Algae out of the reef and put it into the processor. 65-74, misses an L4 Coral, but their teammates 12:59 score one in. Human player for the Red Alliance scores another LG into the net. 35-96 scores another LG into the processor. 12:59 coming over to the Reef, scores an L3 Coral, getting another one from the Coral Station, looking to score another here, nailed it. 21-71 coming over for an L3 Coral on their team, the Red. UPS trying to score in the trough there, just miss. Looks like they're heading over early with 38 seconds left for a deep climb. The Red Alliance human player scores another LG into the net. $35.96 is scoring all this LG into the processor for the Blue Alliance, getting some points there. The Red human player chucks it up, just misses the net there. We got UPS up on a deep cage right now for the Red Alliance as their teammates are trying to get a deep cage as well. The Blue Alliance is coming over for a park as their teammates are trying to score an L4 Coral. Got 3 seconds left. That's the match. And the score is in. It's a Red Alliance victory. 152 to a Blue 99. The Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points, and everybody's moving up, putting Paradigm Shift into the 4th position.
Welcome back to the MROC Live Desk.
Match that we had there, we had a huge barge score. I think this is the first time that we've seen a triple robot hang at the MROC tournament so far on the barge.
It was really interesting to see the high score how large of a score the Red Alliance was able to get there.
Yeah. We also had a very different focus from the two alliances, with the Blue Alliance focusing much more heavily on algae. The Red Alliance was not really focusing too much on the algae, but put a lot of the coral up. So each alliance had pretty different strategies there, and both had a pretty high score, but it worked out just a little bit better for the Red Alliance, putting all 3 of their teams into the top 10 for the tournament right now, which is an advantageous spot to be in, as we've talked about in the past.
A high end game score from Red Alliance really helped boost their score.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. All right, let's see what they've got for us in the next match.
Ryan, we're gonna. Oh, your mic's on. You're good.
Let's give things a shot here in match number 43. Another 6 teams ready for their match. Let's get started on our Red Alliance. Who are we? That's Team 93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, it's New Apple Core.
And next at 9, what's better than robotics? That's Team 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's More Robotics.
And last but not least on our Red Alliance, let's take flight with 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, it's Oriole Assault.
Over on our Blue Alliance, let's get those bow ties ready. It's 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hex Hounds.
Right next door, we've got 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, it's Beast Robotics.
And last but not least, let's hear it for 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Round Table Robotics.
We've got the all clear for match number 43. We'll get our match started momentarily. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off into autonomous. We got all 6 teams leaving the starting line. Red Alliance has 1 coral scored on L4, which is going to give them a ranking point. Over on the Blue Alliance, they have 2 coral scored on L4, but another one might be coming in here, and they got it. That's 3 up there. That's going to be a ranking point for each team. Off into Teleop now. More Robotics scores on L4 and grabs an LG. 93 coming over here looking for an L4. They got it. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 1792 just scored an L4. We got 3197 also going in. Their teammates just miss as 2202 goes in for an L4. Let's see if they get it. They got it. As their teammates, it just fell off the L4 there. Red Alliance only has 3 open spots on that reef. They're really filling it up here on that L4 level. 1792 comes over here for an L3 coral over on the Blue Alliance. As their teammates 2202 are looking for an L4, they just miss it. 3197 tries to score an LG into the net, but it just goes over. They're looking to score again, and it just falls out of their manipulator there. We got 1:14 left in the match. Red Alliance 84-52. More Robotics just scored on an L3 as their teammates 93 are looking to score here, and that's 3 L3 scored. 1792 coming in here for an L3 over on the Blue Alliance as their teammates are going for an L4. 202 looking for an L3. They're lining it up. Just miss it, falls out of the trough there. 93 scores an L3 as their teammates More Robotics remove an LG, looking to get an L3 in there, and they got it. As there's 30 seconds left in the match here, teams are still scoring away. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance just scored another coral. 3197 missed that coral, but they're looking to get another one from their human player station. 1091 came over to the Blue Alliance side, looking to play some defense and shut down that coral station. As we come within the last 20 seconds of the match, teams are coming in for a deep climb. 93 is getting their deep climb as their teammates More Robotics are looking for it. We got 2202 up, we got 1792 up. Their teammates park, 93 falls off of their deep climb. Alliance victory. Red 134 to a blue 115. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points, and it's moving everybody up. Blue walks away with one ranking point.
Welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. How was that match, Dan?
That was a very exciting match. We saw some super heavy defense being played by the Red Alliance in that match. They had 93 and 17-14 over there, putting up Coral just consistently the whole time. But they sent 1091 Oriole Assault over to play defense right at the beginning of the match. That was clearly a planned move. It wasn't like sometimes we see like our operators not working, so they send them over. This was their plan from the beginning.
We'd seen that out of 93 a couple times earlier, but it seems like they got everything worked out. They seem to be putting up a lot of Coral in that match.
Oh yeah, they were focusing on the higher rungs while we had 17-14 focusing on some of the lower rungs. Over on the Blue Alliance, they were doing also a superb job dealing with that defense. There were a couple points where they ended up getting some penalties. The Red Alliance got some penalties because they bumped them while they were in the scoring zone. But they were doing a good job maneuvering around. Also put up a very high score, a lot of points on the board on both sides.
Impressive performance out of both alliances. The Red was able to take it in the end, though.
Indeed. 17-14 gets to hold on to that #1 seed spot that they just gained in their last round.
Yeah, absolutely. It shows why they deserve the #1 spot. We'll take it back to the field now.
Next on up, it's match number 44. Let's go ahead and meet our teams on the field, starting with Red, where we've got 99-93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, it's Newer Apple Core.
They're joined this match by Team 1220.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Rock Hoppers.
Wait a second. And in the final station here is our gracious hosts, Team 930.
From McGuanago, Wisconsin, it's McGuanago Bears.
Let's move on over to our Blue Alliance. Boy, oh boy, they love this station. It's Team 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, it's Graffiti.
They're joined by 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it's Red Raider Robotics.
And last but not least, something looks familiar here. It's 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
We've got the all clear for match number 44. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off in match number 44 into Teleop. We got all 6 teams leaving their starting line. Looks like Blues over here scoring a bunch of Coral. We got the Hilltoppers going all over the place right now to score some L4 Coral. Right now they got 3. Looks like they're going for 1 more. That's going to be a ranking point for Blue Alliance. As we go into Teleop here, it looks like Newer Apple Core is going to be trying to get an algae here. They're chasing it down right now. Over on the blue side, Hilltopper looks to be running cycles from their human player station to score some L4. Their teammates are trying to also score some L4. Graffiti's L4 just missed. New Apple Core tries to score into the net, but it just flies out. Hilltopper's trying to find a spot here to score. As their teammates Graffiti score on L4, they score L1. Hilltopper's removing an algae from the L3 level. Just missed it into the processor there. As we have newer Apple Core looking to score into the net, they got it. As their teammates, the McGuanago Bears, looking to also get an algae here. Got it up. Let's see what they go and do with it. They just shoot it out, looking to score some more coral. Over on the Blue Alliance, we got Graffiti scoring L3 as their teammates 63-81 take a coral from the human player station. Let's see what they can do with it here. Hilltoppers picking up a coral off the ground. They just can't get a hold of it yet. 63-81 scores on L3. Newer Apple Core looking to score another one to the net, and they got it. As their teammates, the McGuanago Bears, trying to score an L1. There they go. Hilltoppers moving around, scoring in the trough here. Graffiti looking to score, trying to get it on the L3, just misplaced it. It might have landed in the trough there, though. 930 tried to score an L3 there, went into the trough, though. Newer Apple Core scores another one into the net. 930 scores another one onto the L3 there. As their teammates 1222 looking to score in the trough, trying to get it out. There they go. As Newer Apple Core scores another one into the net. Hilltoppers still running cycles from the human player station, trying to fill up that reef to get that ranking point. As we come here to the last 20 seconds, we got teams coming under the barge here, looking to deep climb. We got 3 teams part, and we got Hilltoppers up in the air, as well as their teammates 63-81. Score is in. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. Blue Alliance 115 to a red 73. Blue Alliance is going to be walking away with a 6 RP match, and that's going to move all of them up and Hilltoppers back into the #1 spot.
Welcome back to the desk. That was an exciting match, Dan. We see a new #1 seed now.
A new #1, but also an old #1. You know, they've been in that spot for most of this tournament, and they've reclaimed their crown as #1 from 17-14 there. We had kind of back-to-back matches with #1 ranked teams there.
Yeah, it seemed like 1732 was working really hard to get that coral rank point bonus.
Yeah, indeed. They've been one of the more consistent coral scorers. On the other side of the field, though, we had 9993, who's one of the more consistent algae scorers. And the Red Alliance was doing a fantastic job keeping up with the scoring rate. But that 30-point auto bonus that the Blue Alliance had kept them on top for most of the match. So the Red Alliance did a great job keeping up, but they had a slight disadvantage at the beginning and just weren't able to quite cover that gap.
Yeah, we've talked about it a few times, that once you fall behind an auto, it can be really tough to catch up and tally out.
Yep, indeed. The 1732 has been one of our most high-scoring teams in auto. They've got that potential 3 coral auto on the high zone, and that has been keeping them in that #1 spot for most of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the field on that, Dan.
Next up for our roboting enjoyment qualification match number 45. Let's meet our illustrious teams, starting out with 6643.
From Racine, Wisconsin, it's Walnuts and Bolts.
In the center station, it's 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, it's Warrior Bots.
And ready to make some waves, it's 4531.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, it's Steampunk.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, they're geared and ready to fly, it's 706.
From Heartland, Wisconsin, it's Cyberhawks.
In the center station, we've got 9994.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
And last but not least, we've got 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, it's Core 2062.
We've got the all clear for match number 45. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off into the autonomous portion of match number 45. 64-21 tried to score an L4 there in their autonomous. It just missed, but all the robots on the Red Alliance have left the starting line, as well as the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance will get 1 ranking point with that L4 Coral scored over there. As we go into the teleop portion of this match, we got 66-43, Walnuts and Bolts looking to score an L4 here. They're trying to line it up as their teammate Steampunk looking to score. They got an L4. Over on the Blue Alliance side here, we have the Cyberhawks rolling around trying to score. 26-62 just got a coral from their human player station. They're driving around. Let's see where they're going to put it. They're looking for an L3 here. Let's see if they got it. They got it. As their teammates, the Cyberhawks, looking to score another LG into the net here. They got it. Bang. 64-21 here, scoring an L4. It's just hanging on, and it falls off. Their teammates, Warrior Bots, looking to also score here. They got the L4 back. 45-31, looking to get something from their human player station, but 99-94 is playing some heavy defense, shutting them down. 45-31, trying to find a gap, but they're just not able to do it, but their teammates are scoring. 66-43 is moving around, trying to get something done here, and they got a L3 Coral. 45-31 scores an L4 Coral. Over on the Blue Alliance side, the Cyberhawks tried to score in the net, and it bounces right back at them. Their teammates Core scoring L2 Coral there. Better Name Later still playing some heavy defense over here against Steampunk, trying to make sure that they cannot get a Coral from their human player. Walnuts and Bolts looking to score here again, aiming for an L3. They're trying to line it up. They're almost there. They got it. 64-21. Just missed an L4 there. Almost fell in the trough, though. Cyberhawks here looking to pick up an Algae with 20 seconds left. They're reaching up, trying to score into the net. Oh, and it just flies over the other side. As we come down here to the last 6 seconds left in the match, it looks like we're going to have some teams trying to get a deep climb off. 64-21, and it just snaps off the deep climb there. Got 4 robots parked. Is in, and it is a Blue Alliance victory. And they just squeaked out a win by 1 point. Blue 72 to a red 71. Blue's going to walk away with 4 ranking points, and it's going to move them up the leaderboard.
Welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. Wow, Dan, that was a really close match.
That was, again, like the last match that we saw yesterday, also 2062, with a final score on the Coral, the bottom rung, clinching them that win with a 1 point difference in score. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, that's crazy having a match that close. It was also interesting seeing only 2 robots parked from each alliance.
Yes, that was. I also did notice that they matched each other there, which kept them neck and neck. Now Blue came out of that one in auto with a fairly significant lead, but Red closed the gap very, very quickly. Ferrodermis was doing a fantastic job scoring Coral up on the top rung there.
Yeah, putting up all that Coral on the top really made a difference for them catching up.
But you had on the Blue Alliance 706 putting up a lot of the Algae too. They've been one of the more consistent scorers with the Algae there. While the other 2 teams were focusing on the Coral there, both teams just very, very well matched up, our alliances.
Yeah, the Blue Alliance there had a very unique strategy, sending one over to play defense, one playing Algae, and one playing Coral almost the whole match.
Yeah, they were kind of covering all the bases there. But the Red Alliance knew, you know, we have to catch up on that score since we had the score drop, so they weren't going to sacrifice the team to go play defense. Blue knew that they had enough of a lead where they could do that to try and slow Red from catching up, slow them down a little bit. And you know, both strategies clearly were very effective at what they were doing with that 1 point difference.
Very intentional by the Red Alliance that they needed to pick up as many points as humanly possible.
Yep, and they showed that they could do it. You know, they, like I said, they made up for almost 30-point gap in points, which is very impressive. Usually, so far in this tournament, when we've seen a gap that large, it's a guaranteed win for the other alliance. In this case, it was barely a win. They barely squeaked it by.
Back down on the field, we are getting set for qualification match number 46 of our day. You know the drill, let's meet our Red Alliance, starting with a team that really knows that first is more than robots. It's 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's more robotics.
They're joined by a team always changing the game. It's 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, it's Paradigm Shift.
And last but not least, coming to us from the great state of Indiana, let's hear it for 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's Robo Dogs.
Over on our Blue Alliance side of the field, winning the prize, I think, for greatest mascot. Make sure to give him a fist bump. It's 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, it's Oriole Assault.
In the center station for our Blue Alliance, 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Leviathans.
And last but not least, it's 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Round Table Robotics.
As we wait for this match to get started, we've got great news. Our coffee truck is back after a successful outing yesterday. Once again, you can head outside from door number 50 to access the coffee truck and then come back in through 49. Coffee truck is going to be here today until 2 p.m. for your caffeinating pleasure. We've got the all clear here for match number 46. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off in match 46 into the autonomous portion. More robotics trying to score on the L4 there. They just missed, getting another one from the human player station. Looking to score again. They got it. That's going to get them 1 ranking point with 3 robots off the starting line. Over on the Blue Alliance, we got 3 robots off the starting line and 1 coral up. That's going to be a ranking point. Leviathans just pushes that last coral that they almost got up into autonomous onto L4 as they score another one right away. 2171 here trying to get something from the coral player station over on the red side, but 1091 is shutting them down, trying to make sure that they cannot score over there. This other coral station is clear though, so more robotics in 1259 are going to be trying to get all of their cycles done from 1 player station now. 1091 is going back and forth between the coral stations and just trying to shut everything down over here. Well, their teammates 1792 continue to score on L4 as well as Leviathans. These guys are just making quick cycles over here and trying to get as much done as they can. It looks like they have a full ring of L4, just one clear. They're filling up that reef. 1091 is still shutting down these coral stations, but More Robotics is finding a way to still score. 1259 trying to maneuver around the defense of 1091. More Robotics finding ways to still score over here. 1259 looking to score on an L4. They got it. Bang. The blue L4 reef over here is completely full as Leviathans and 1792 continue to try to fill up that reef to get another ranking point. 2171 over here on the red side found a way to score on an L3 through that tight defense of 1091. More Robotics weaving around, trying to get through. 1091 trying to bash him into the wall and trying to box him out of that coral station. 1259 looking to get a coral from their human player station. 1271 comes over to the blue side and looks like they're going to try to play some defense on the blue alliance. With 20 seconds left in the match, we got a score of 128 to 80. We got teams coming in to look for a deep climb here. More Robotics is looking for a deep climb here. They're getting the cage as their teammates 1259 are trying to get that cage controlled as well. We got 2 robots on the Blue Alliance parked, and we got 1792 up in the air as well as More Robotics. Final score for match number 46, and it's a Blue Alliance victory. Blue Alliance 143 to a red 96. Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 4 ranking points here, and it's going to move everybody up on their team. The Red Alliance walks away with 2, which keeps More in the second place spot.
And welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. It's good to be back. Dan, that was a good match, 2 versus 3.
Yeah, very high stakes match for both alliances there. You had More Robotics on the one alliance trying to keep on to their number 2 spot, and on the other side we had Leviathans in the number 3, hoping to upset them, but you know, they both stayed in the same rankings, despite the Blue Alliance being able to put up the win there. I think the name of the game that round was defense. You had 1091 once again playing some very heavy defense, being able to really slow down the Red Alliance there.
Yeah, no, going back to it of 2 versus 3. So the Leviathans did go and get that win, but they only got 4 rank points, not affecting that average to be able to jump 17-14's average with only getting 2 rank points.
Yep. Those ranking points can make more of a difference in the score sometimes when it comes to figuring out where you are at.
So yeah, speaking of that defense and that collaboration, let's go to the telestrator and kind of walk it through. So we're going through auto here. We'll skip ahead to a teleop, and you'll see a clear split on the Blue Alliance. You'll see they're basically cutting this reef in half down the middle, so Leviathans know what they're covering, and 1792 knows what they're covering on their side of the reef as well. But so that big portion is they're just having 2 robots feed from their stations directly to their coral station, compared to the other side, as you mentioned, that 1091 defense drastically impacting what they're doing. You kind of see them pushing more here a little bit, definitely slowing down from getting that piece. But they're not just doing that. They'll eventually then cycle over here, and then they're having 3 robots on offense playing against that 1 defense. We've seen it all year. 4 robots down there is really tough to go and be able to navigate and move around and not bump your alliance partners.
Especially with all those game pieces on the ground, and if you've got defense being played, you're usually dropping pieces on the ground, which clutters up the area even more. Defense can really make a good difference.
So yeah, no, another good match, and hopefully another good one to follow up coming up here soon.
For sure.
Well, Robot fans, we have made it to our final round. Starting here in match number 47, each team you see on the field is playing their final match of the qualification round. And I've got 2 alliances here who want to cap off the qualification rounds with a win. Let's meet them, starting in red with 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hex Hounds.
Moving on over, we've got 2 teams that I've got a feeling know each other pretty well. Who are we? That's Team 93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, it's New Apple Corps.
And let's see how this goes. Who are we? It worked. 99-93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, it's Newer Apple Corps.
Over in blue, get ready for 65-74.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, it's Ferrodermis.
Next door, we've got 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
And our final competitor, we've got 10909.
From Edgewood, Wisconsin, it's Cutting Edge 1881.
And we've got the all clear drivers behind the lines. All right, for real this time, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 47 is underway into the autonomous portion. 3197 looked to score an L4 that they just missed, but their teammates 93 got one up there. That's going to be a ranking point as all 3 red robots leave. Over here on the blue side, we have 3 leads, and Hilltopper scored 1 up there, so that's going to be a ranking point for the Blue Alliance. Now into Teleop 3197, making cycles from their coral station onto the L4 level as their teammates 93 looking to score here as well. They got it. Newer Apple Corps just grabbed an LG off the reef, tossing it out, clearing out some space for their teammates. Hilltopper Robotics over on the Blue Alliance scoring on L4 as their teammates 1099 looking to score on an L2 here. Hilltoppers making cycles from their human player station as they got another L4. Their teammates, Ferrodermis, lining up for an L4. Hilltopper scores another one. Newer Apple Corps over here trying to score some algae into the net. 93 funneling from their coral station, looking to score here. Their teammates 3197 just scored an L4 as they're probably looking to do the same. They rise up, looking to score here. Bang, they got it. Newer Apple Corps trying to score in the net. That one just bounces out though. Hilltoppers continuing to cycle onto the L3 level from their coral station as their teammates Ferrodermis are looking to do the same. 3197 making cycles onto that L3 level as their teammates 93 looking to pick up a coral and put it in there. Newer Apple Corps just scored another algae into the net. They grab another one. Are they going to try to fling it up there? They got it. Hilltoppers looking to make some more cycles here. Scored right onto the trough there as their teammates Cutting Edge looking to come over with a coral. Let's see where they put it. Ferrodermis looking to score in the trough here. They got it. New Apple Core with 20 seconds left in the match, looking for a deep climb. Ferrodermis also looking for a deep climb over here. Hexhounds coming in for a deep climb as well, as Newer Apple Core is looking to park. We got one robot up for Red Alliance, 2 robots up for Red Alliance. 93 just falls off. Torres in for match number 47, and it's a Red Alliance victory. Red Alliance 139 to a blue 130, only a 9-point margin. Red Alliance is going to walk away with 5 points. That's going to move them all up and keep Hexhounds in the number 7 spot. Over on the blue, they got 2 ranking points, and that's going to keep Hilltoppers in the number 1 spot.
All right, robot fans, before we meet our teams for qualification match number 48, we've got some answers for you about questions when it comes to our raffle baskets. We will accept raffle tickets all the way up until match number 11 of our playoffs. After match number 11, we are taking all those raffle jars, we are drawing our winners, and we will announce them after match number 12. So you've got until playoffs match 11 to purchase your raffle tickets and drop them in the jars for some amazing gift baskets. But now let's talk about some amazing teams here in match 48, starting with 99-97.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hextra Hounds.
They're joined by 66-43.
From Racine, Wisconsin, it's Walnuts and Bolts.
And finally in red, it's 63-81.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it's Red Raider Robotics.
Over in blue, it's not rocket science. It's Team 3596.
From South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Rocket Robotics.
In our middle station, what time is it? That's Team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, it's the Mukwonago Bears.
And last but not least, hoping to deliver a win, it's 1675.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's UPS, Ultimate Protection Squad.
We've got the all clear for match 48. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 48 is underway. We are in the autonomous portion of this segment. Got 3 red robots off the line. Over on the blue side, we got 2 red robots off the line. It looked like UPS tried to score there. Their teammates, the Mukwonago Bears, score an L4. Into Teleop we go. Walnuts and Bolts looking to score an L4 here. They got it. Their teammates, Red Raider Robotics, also looking to score here. Hextra Hounds rise up. They got an L4. 63-81, Red Raider Robotics removing algae to clear space for their teammates. Over on the blue side, UPS is working around, trying to get to that coral station, pick up some coral. Their teammates, the Mukwonago Bears, score an L3. UPS clears an algae, looking to score an L3 here. They got it. UPS flies through the blue area to put one in the processor. Walnuts and Bolts here going up to score an L4 coral as their teammates, the Hextra Hounds, also looking to score an L4 coral. Let's see if they can get it. Hextra Hounds has theirs. Walnuts and Bolts lining it up. Oh, and it just flies out of their manipulator there. Their teammates, Red Raider Robotics, also have a coral. Hextra Hounds rising back up again, looking to score. Mukwonago Bears still flying through cycles over here from their coral station onto the reef. Looking to score some more on L3, trying to score an L1 there. The red human player tosses one up into the red net. UPS feeding off that coral station, trying to score something here. Looks like they're looking for an L2. They're lining it up. They got it. Hextra Hounds has an LG, looking to move it around. Trying to put it in the processor, it just doesn't quite get in. As the Mukwonago Bears over on the blue line scoring another L3. They are filling up that L3 on their reef. Walnuts and Bolts trying to get a coral piece out of there. They got it, looking to rise up here. Last 20 seconds left in the match. The Mukwonago Bears are looking for a deep climb, as well as Red Raider Robotics. UPS coming in hot here with 7 seconds left, trying to get up. They're up. Mukwonago Bears is up. We got 3 red robots. 1 is up. Blue Alliance victory. Blue Alliance 111 to a red 68. The Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 4 ranking points here, moving all of their teams up.
And welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. Thank you, DJ Sam, for dropping those beats for us. But I'm joined by Daria from 1792. Welcome, Daria, to the MROC Live Desk.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Welcome to the MROC Live Desk. How does it feel to be on the desk? Okay, let's drop it over to DJ Sam as we're having some technical difficulties.
Well, you know what I want? I want to meet 6 incredible teams about to play in match number 49. Starting things out on our Red Alliance, we have 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, it's Graffiti.
They're joined this match by 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, it's Core 2062.
And last but not least on our Red Alliance, make some noise for 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, it's Beast Robotics.
Over on our Blue Alliance, let's take flight with 706.
From Heartland, Wisconsin, it's Cyberhawks.
In the middle station, we've got 1220.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's the Rockhoppers.
And last but not least, let's hear it for 4531.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, it's Steampunk.
We've got the all clear for match number 49. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off in match number 49 into the autonomous. We got 3 red robots off the line. 2 tried to score an L4, both fell off. We got 1 in the trough though. Over on the blue side, we got 3 robots off the line. And it looks like Cyberhawks just scored an algae into the net, as well as an L4 coral. That's going to get him a ranking point. Graffiti tried to score an L4. It rejected and went right back in. And there it goes onto L4. Their teammates' core just removed an algae. They got it out of there for Graffiti. Beast Robotics trying to score here. It looks like they might be having comm issues. They can't quite get it. There they go. They got it onto L4. Cyberhawks trying to score into the net. They got it up there. Their teammates, Rock Hoppers, going around grabbing some coral, trying to score into the trough. As Steampunk grabs a coral from their player station, looking for an L4. They're looking for it. They lining it up. Bang, they got it up there. Over on the red side, Graffiti and Core 2062 getting coral from their human player station and putting it up there. As Beast Robotics is putting one on L4, they're trying to line it up. Let's see if they can get it. There they go, they got it. As their teammates Graffiti just missed the L4, but it luckily lands in the trough for them. Steampunk scores another L4, helping out their Blue Alliance, as Cyberhawks, after scoring a couple algae in the net, look to be going to coral now. Score an L4, they got it. Beast Robotics over on the Red Alliance looking for an L3, trying to fill up that reef and get themselves a ranking point. And here goes Core, they got one on L3, as Beast Robotics does as well. With 30 seconds left in the match, looks like Steampunk's going for a deep climb here. Pulling that cage up, trying to see if they can get it. Cyberhawk scores another LG into the net. Steampunk is trying to get up. They're still on the ground. They're almost barely up. Beast Robotics over here under their barge on a deep cage, trying to pull that thing in with 10 seconds left. Cyberhawks is up for the Blue Alliance. Their other two teammates are also trying to get up. Are in. Match number 49 is a Blue Alliance win. Blue Alliance had 109 and Red had 86. The Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points, moving their teams up. The Red Alliance scores 1, which keeps Core in the 8th spot.
And welcome back to the MROC Live Desk. One more exciting match, only one more to go. But for this match and this commentary, I am joined by Daria from 1792. Daria, how does it feel to be on the MROC Live Desk?
It feels pretty good. I'm really excited to have the opportunity to share what I've got prepared for you guys.
Yeah, so Daria, I think you're talking about gender equality within manufacturing?
Yeah, so basically Gender Equality in Manufacturing, or GEM, is a program that me and another girl on our team founded. And it's to get more girls involved in the and mechanical engineering side of engineering.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I am in the manufacturing world within my professional career, and there isn't that many girls within my counterparts. So
Yeah.
how are you guys doing that?
basically, we have put together a program that targets girls at the middle school level, and it's a class that we run in the summer to teach them about different tools that they can use. So things like measuring tapes, screwdrivers, and then power tools like drills, and then the rivet gun. And they have a series of mini projects that they get to do to like build up their skills in these different essential tools for manufacturing, and then it all accumulates into a final project.
Awesome. Yeah, so you're kind of like building those baby steps up to that larger project, kind of guiding them away, giving them lessons and little parts to learn of that whole larger project.
Yeah, and we find that really helps like build their confidence, especially like once they get to the high school level. They're like, oh, I know how to do these things, so like I definitely can join STEM because I already know what's up.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. So how has that translated into your growth within 1792 and overall as a whole to promote that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Overall, but how has that developed and translated into more girls within Roundtable and your development within a team as overall with more girls knowing about manufacturing?
Well, for starters, this is a very new program. We just started it last year. So already it's engaging more girls within our team by mentoring these girls in middle school. And then we are hoping that this will feed into our sustainability program to get more girls involved, because already we've got the girls in our classes being like, whoa, this stuff is really cool. Can I take these classes in high school? And we're like, yes, absolutely. And once you get to like 8th grade, like May, you're able to join our team. So it gets them that introduction to robotics as well as that introduction to like what all the future possibilities hold now that they know these skills.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to GEM continuing with Roundtable and looking into hear how it continues to get more girls within STEM. But we're tossing it over to the field.
Yeah, thank you.
We have made it, Robot fans. Qualification match number 50, our final qualification match of our 2025 MROC. After this match, we are going to be moving on into our Alliance selection, and we are going to be running Alliance selection just like you have all season at your events. So you should know the drill, 8-minute timer. Once we post our scores, during that time, you can send your Alliance representatives to queuing, and we'll get started shortly thereafter. But for now, we have got 6 teams ready to take us home. Let's say hello. Starting things out, it's 99-94.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
Next up, it's 50-96.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, it's the Teutonic Force.
And last but not least, it's 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Roundtable Robotics.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance. Who are we? That's Team 93.
From Appleton, Wisconsin, it's New Apple Core.
And in the middle station, currently ranked number 1, hoping to secure that right here. It's 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
And last but not least, on our Blue Alliance, it's 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, it's Warrior Bots.
Final checks underway for match number 50. And with the all clear, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Last match of today underway. We got into autonomous. We got 3 red robots off the line and 1 L4 scored by 1792. Over on the blue side, we got 3 blue robots off the line. We got New Apple Core scoring 1 on the L4. And we got 2 scored by Hilltoppers. That's going to give each team a ranking point. Hilltoppers looking to score again. They got another one up there on the L4 level. New Apple Core picked up a coral from the floor, trying to score it on an L4 here. Bang, they got it. Over on the red side, Roundtable Robotics rising up for an L4. They got it. Their teammates, the Teutonic Force, going over to the human player station to grab a coral. Team 93 removes an algae, trying to clear space for their teammates. Hilltoppers grabs another coral, brings it up, scoring on L4. They got it. Better Name Later over here on the blue side, trying to play some defense and shut down the Hilltoppers. They're trying to disrupt a cycle here. Roundtable Robotics over on the red side, grabbing another coral from their human player station and looking to score on L4 here. They're rising up. They got it. Warrior Bots trying to help out their team here with an L4. They got it there. Better Name Later playing some tough defense over here on the blue side to make sure that the blue cannot score any more coral. 93 found a way to slip through and score coral on L3. Roundtable Robotics rising up for another L4, lining it up here. Bang, they got it. 50 seconds left in the match, score of 106-68. Reds looking to fight back here with another L4 coral from the Teutonic Force. They're lining it up. Bang, there it is. Roundtable Robotics removing more algae to clear up more space for their coral. 93 lining it up, trying to score. Got a coral in, trying to get it on L2 there. Their teammates Hilltoppers line it up for an L3. 20 seconds left in the match. Hilltoppers headed over to their deep cage to climb, as well as Roundtable over here on the red side. Hilltoppers pulling that cage in, trying to get it in there. Roundtable's pulling, trying to get up. Their teammates are parked underneath there. Hilltoppers found a way to get up. Alliance victory. Blue Alliance with 145 points to a red 88. Blue Alliance is going to walk away with 5 ranking points. That's going to move 93 into the 8th spot, and Hilltoppers is going to secure their number 1. Red Alliance walks away with 1 point.
Well, there we have it, folks. Qualification match number 50 of 50 in the books. And boy, oh boy, we have had a phenomenal qualification round with all 27 of our teams. Can we hear for all of our competitors here at MROC this weekend? But the excitement is just getting started, because all that now remains this afternoon is our playoffs, where we are going to have 8 alliances of 3 teams apiece compete in a double elimination bracket to determine our MROC champion. But before we can get there, we need to actually form those 8 alliances in our alliance selection ceremony. Now, to help show you a little bit, dust off those cobwebs, and remind us all of how our alliance selection works, we've got a short video to show you all.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Check 1, 2.
Check, check.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Well, robot fans, who is ready for alliance selection? Fantastic. We are too, so why not wait? Let's go ahead and get started. Now, you just saw all the rules as a reminder for our alliance selection. Let's dive in and get started. And we'll begin by introducing our number 1 ranked team, who after our qualification round ended the day with a record of 9 wins and 2 losses. Please welcome Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Now, Alliance number 1, when you are ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Hello.
Team 1732 would like to graciously invite Team 8744 to join our alliance.
That's Team 8744.
Leviathans from Eau Claire.
All right, Leviathans. Now, would you like to accept their invitation, or would you prefer to be the captain of your own alliance?
8744 graciously accepts.
And there we have it. Congratulations. So with that, it is now my pleasure to invite forward the captain of our number 2 alliance, Team 1714.
More robotics from Milwaukee.
Alliance number 2, when you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Ready with your selection?
Yep. Team 1714 would like to invite Team 3197.
That's Team 3197.
Hex Hounds from Cedarburg.
All right, Hex Hounds, now would you like to accept that invitation, or do you prefer to be the captain of your own alliance?
Team 3197 graciously accepts.
And there we have it. The two of you can go ahead, follow Jerry. And now it is my pleasure to invite forward the captain of the number 3 alliance, Team 1259.
Paradigm Shift from Pewaukee.
Alliance number 3, when you're ready, one student and one student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Team 1259 would like to invite Team 1792 Roundtable Robotics.
That's Team 1792.
Round Table Robotics from Oak Creek.
Hello there, Roundtable Robotics. Would you like to accept or decline that invitation?
Team 1792, sponsored by MC Crizzle Robotainment, Kraken Initiative, and Hicks Automation, gratefully accepts.
There we have our first selection of our number 3 alliance. Next up, let's invite forward the captain of the number 4 alliance, Team 6574.
Paradermis from Whitewater.
Alliance number 4, when you're ready, one student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Hello.
Team 6574 would love to invite Team 93.
That's Team 93.
New Apple Core from Appleton.
Hello, New Apple Core. Now, would you like to accept their invitation, or would you prefer to be the captain of your own alliance?
Team 93 accepts your gracious offer.
There we have second member of our number 4 alliance. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the captain of our number 5 alliance, Team 1675.
Ultimate Protection Squad from Milwaukee.
Alliance number 5, when you're ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begin now. You are on the clock.
Team 1675 would like to invite 2202 to join our alliance.
That's Team 2202.
Beast Robotics from Brookfield.
Welcome. Now, would you like to accept their invitation, or would you prefer to be the captain of your own alliance?
Team 2202 Beast Robotics gratefully accepts.
All right, the two of you can go ahead, follow Jerry. And now, please join me in welcoming to the field the captain of our number 6 alliance, Team 2062.
Core 2062 from Waukesha.
Alliance 6, when you're ready, one student must approach me with your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You're on the clock.
Team 2062 would like to invite Team 930 to our alliance.
That's Team 930.
Mukwonago Bears from Mukwonago.
Hello and welcome. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
On behalf of the McGuanago Bears, we can barely contain our excitement to join you.
There we have it, 2 members of our number 6 alliance. Now please join me in welcoming to the field the captain of our number 7 alliance, Team 706.
Cyberhawks from Heartland.
Alliance 7, when you're ready, 1 student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begin now. You are on the clock. Hi there.
Team 706 would like to invite Team 4531.
That's Team 4531.
Steampunk from Two Rivers.
Welcome. Now, would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 4531 graciously accepts.
There we have it. Congratulations to Alliance number 7. And finally, please join me in welcoming forward the captain of our number 8 alliance, Team 6381.
Red Raider Robotics from Sheboygan.
Alliance 8, when you're ready, 1 student only must approach me to announce your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now, and you are on the clock. All set? All right, there you go.
Team 6381 graciously invites Team 3596.
That's Team 3596.
Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee.
Hello and welcome. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 3596 Rocket Robotics would love to blast off with you.
And there we have it, 2 members for our number 8 alliance. With that, our first selection round has come to an end. Before we begin our second selection round, we're going to give our alliances 2 minutes to confer. So we'll begin our round 2 of selections in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back to our alliance selection. We are now about to see all of the hard work our scouting teams have been doing this weekend pay off, because with these second selections, we're going to see a lot of strategy come into play. These alliances are looking to pick robots and teams that complement the strategies and skills of the teams already present. So it's about to get very interesting. During our second selection round, we're going to start with alliance number 8, and each alliance is now going to have 90 seconds with which to make their selection. Now, we already have Alliance 8 here ready to go. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 6381 graciously invites Team 8701.
That's Team 8701.
Graffiti from Greendale.
Welcome. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 8701 Graffiti would love to paint this picture with you.
And there we have it, Robot fans, our number 8 alliance. Now, alliance number 7, when you're ready, one student must approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds starts now. You are on the clock. Hello again. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 706 and 4531, we'd like to invite Team 1091.
That's Team 1091.
Oriole Assault from Hartford.
Welcome to the field. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 1091 is so excited to join your flock.
There we have it, our number 7 alliance. And now, alliance number 6. When you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Hello again. Here you go.
Team 2062 and 930 would like to invite Team 6421 to our alliance.
That's Team 6421.
Warrior Bots from Muskego.
All right, I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but would you like to accept or decline that invitation?
Team 6421 and me would like to graciously accept this offer.
And there we have our number 6 alliance. Alliance number 5. When you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me. You have 90 seconds. You are on the clock. Hello.
Team 1675 would like to invite 9997 to join our alliance.
That's Team 9997.
Hextra Hounds from Cedarburg.
Hello. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 9997 graciously accepts.
And there we have it, our number 5 alliance. Now, alliance number 4, when you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. Hello again. Who would you like to invite to join you?
Team 6574 and Team 93 would like to invite Team 9993.
That's Team 9993.
Newer Apple Core from Appleton.
Hello, welcome. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 9993 accepts your gracious offer.
And we now have a number 4 alliance. Alliance number 3. When you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me on the field. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. All right, hello and welcome back. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 1259 and Team 1792 would like to invite Team 2171.
That's Team 2171.
Robo-Dogs from Crown Point, Indiana.
Hello. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
2171 graciously accepts your offer.
And we now have a number 3 alliance. Alliance number 2, when you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me. You are on the clock.
Team 1714 and Team 3197 would like to select Team 1220.
That's Team 1220.
Rockhoppers from Milwaukee.
Hello, Rockhoppers. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
On behalf of Team 1220, we gratefully accept your offer.
And there we have it, our number 2 alliance. Now, before we invite our number 1 alliance to make their last selection, a couple important details we want to go over. Even after our alliance selection is over, if your team was not selected, there is still a possibility that you may play. If a robot becomes non-functioning during the tournament, each alliance has one opportunity to call in a substitute backup robot from our backup pool. These backup teams will come in ranking order, starting with the highest ranked unselected team. We're going to need the student representatives of these remaining teams to check in with our lead queuer to verify that they are willing and able to serve as a backup robot. In addition, after our final pick, we have an important meeting with our head referee for all of our alliance captains. So those of you wearing those MROC alliance captain hats, you are going to need to stick around on the field to meet with our head referee to go over some playoff logistics. If the individual on the field right now wearing your captain hat is not a member of your drive team, please send a member of your drive team down at this time. We need drive team captains to be meeting with our head referee. But with that, alliance number 1, when you are ready with your selection, please have one student approach me to share that important news. Your 90 seconds begins now. You are on the clock. It looks like the pick is in. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
On behalf of Team 1732 and 8744, we would like to invite Team 5096 to join our alliance.
That's Team 5096.
The Teutonic Force from Germantown.
Welcome to the field. Would you like to accept or decline their invitation?
Team 5096 gracefully accepts.
And there we have it, everyone. All 8 of our playoff alliances. Things are shaping up for a very exciting playoffs, but one last time, could we hear it for all of the teams competing this weekend here at our 2025 MROC? Now, like we said, alliance captains, we need you to stick around on the field in just a moment, and all of you have a very important job to do, and that is to choose an alliance to cheer on. Maybe it's an alliance you're part of. Maybe it's an alliance that you're not and you just like their shirts. Whatever the reason, we're going to need you to make it loud when our playoffs get started at 12:20 p.m. We're going to be back here at 12:20. We've got some important information to share with you then before we roll on into playoff match number 1. As a reminder, concession stand is open. We also have our coffee truck outside until 2. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 12:20 p.m.
check. Mic check, 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 check. Check one, check, 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 check one, check, check. Sibilance. Sibilance, check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check one, test, test, check, check, check. Check one. Check one, test, test. Check, 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 check. Test one, test one. Check, check, check.
1, test 2. Pop, pop, popsicle.
Cool. And testing this one. Good. This one sounds a little bit louder than hers. Yeah. I think this one's Aaron's mic. Yeah, this one's Aaron's. Okay. Testing my mic again. Good. Volume level sounds good. All right, we are back with a live desk here, and we've got a very special guest with us today. Welcome, Renee. You are the president of First Wisconsin, that's correct?
That is correct, absolutely. Thanks for letting me be here today.
Indeed, indeed. Thanks for coming in and checking out this event. Now, I hear First Wisconsin has some really big changes coming up soon.
We do. So, along with California, we're transitioning to the district model of play. So, you know, we're heading into our district era here, 2026, and it means that there will be some changes, but it's very exciting.
Mm-hmm. What are you most excited about coming up for the district change?
So, most excited for is how the community will come together and be able to see more of the events. As you know, last year we added an additional regional, which is fantastic, but we want to be able to go like further north, further up into Wisconsin, really make sure people can see the program and more students get access to First. And one of the best ways to do that is by walking in and seeing an event like this. And so that's one of the things I'm most excited about is all of the additional people we're able to engage with it.
So with more events, I suppose we're going to need a lot more volunteers for the events too, eh?
That is so true. But one of the really great things about that is that our First alumni now have opportunities to step directly into these, the pipeline of volunteering. And so I think that you'll see more alumni kind of coming in and being able to do things like AV, like this desk work, and then also be able to, join our talent team, become robot inspectors, et cetera. And so there's a lot more opportunities that suddenly open up with the increased need of needing more volunteer spots filled.
Yeah, I can say that as somebody who was an alumni, volunteering has been an incredibly rewarding experience. I started volunteering at FLL events once I started an FRC, and I've just been doing it ever since. And it's awesome and super rewarding, and I'd love to see more people get involved. If people want to get involved, where can they go? Like, what resources are available?
So on the First Wisconsin website, we have a district transition resource page. And so what that does is basically it allows you to go there, and any blog post or update that we are sharing or resource for the district transition, we're putting it all there. It's all public facing for our teams. So that's the first place to go, firstinspireswi.org. Under resources, district transition. Beyond that, we also have some one-page documents, and then when I was at the championship this past year, I interviewed teams who were in the district model and asked them, what do you wish you had known before transitioning? And so I got some really good feedback from that I'm processing through to then create little short clips and videos for teams to get some of those tips.
That's definitely a site that I'm going to be checking out because I've got a lot of interest in that. I've never seen the district model and got a lot of questions there. So that was firstinspires.wi and the district transition page, you said?
Yep, under resources.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you for coming in and talking about that. I think we're ready to get started in some matches here pretty quickly.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you back on the desk at an official district event sometime.
Oh yeah, definitely. This has been a really fun role. I've done game announcing and emceeing at some FLL tournaments, and it's been fun to do this at an FRC tournament now.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get ready to. Check one. Check, check, check. All right, let's get ready to go into figuring out who is going to be the winner here at MROC. We got finals match 1. We're going to start off with team 5096.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, please give a round of applause to Teutonic Force.
And joining them is team 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, currently ranked number 1, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
Rounding out this Red Alliance, it's team 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, please make some noise for the Leviathans.
On the Blue Alliance, we've got team 8701.
From Greendale, Wisconsin, make some noise for Graffiti.
Joining them, we've got team 3596.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Rocket Robotics.
And final out this Blue Alliance, it's team 6381.
From Sheboygan, Wisconsin, make some noise for Red Raider Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alrighty, that is buzzer starting round 1, match 1 of the upper bracket for playoffs out here right off the bat. Red Alliance looking super busy getting as many of those corals on that L4 as looks like 1732. That's Hilltopper Robotics. Hard at work to get those. And that goes the buzzer at the end of Autonomous. And there goes Teleup. And once again, Red Alliance moving fast. Looks like 1596. Tonic Force just waiting. Looks like they're figuring out some issues, but that's a-okay as their alliance partners working super hard, super fast to move all those game components and get as many points under their belt as possible. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, all 3 robots moving super fast. Looks like 1596 all up and running again. The Teutonic Force playing defensive play on the Blue Alliance side. Looks like on the Red Alliance side on 1732, that's Hilltopper Robotics grabbing some of those coral from the human player at the coral station to get as many points as possible on those L4s out there. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, we've got Team 3596, that's Rocket Robotics moving super fast to get some of those on those lower rungs and get as many of those coral points from the lower levels as possible. With just under a minute, 20 seconds left on that clock, 6 robots all working super fast. And oh no, looks like 8701 is tipped over and it's just lying on his side. Hopefully its Alliance members will be able to help him recover points that he may lose. With just a minute left on that clock. On the Blue Alliance side, Team 3596, that's Rocket Robotics, trying to line itself to score some of those points in the net. And looks like its partner, that is 8701, unfortunately still tipped over. That's Graffiti, unfortunately tipped over. But however, its partner 6381 Red Raider Robotics still working to get those points and recover as many as possible with 30 seconds left on that clock. On the Red Alliance, 8744, the Leviathans moving fast to grab some of those coral pieces and covering a significant amount of those levels out there on the coral reef. Last 20 seconds that we're at endgame, 17:32. Hilltopper Robotics scoring one more last point on that net before parking. Looks like 35.96. Rocket Robotics, along with his partner, Red Raider Robotics, is parked with 3 seconds on the clock. 2 robots, each alliance in the parking, and that is the end of match 1.
And we're in playoffs, and that was match definitely showed. The intensity level definitely hits up once you hit playoffs, right, Daniel?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We had lots of robots driving around, lots of speed. Everybody's nervous. It's our first playoff match, but these teams have also been doing what they've been doing for this whole tournament, and they've got a whole season behind them. They all know what they're doing. Now it's just down to the strategy and what they're doing, how they're going to work together as an alliance.
So yeah, there's definitely a couple strategies that we kind of envisioned once these alliances got formed that definitely got shown on the field. But hey, let's see that score right now. So that is a Red Alliance win. So congrats to the #1 seed, and then that is a new high score for the tournament.
That is crazy. We've got a huge score, 168. I think that's 14 points higher than our previous high score. I think the previous high score was 154 or 157, somewhere in that range. So that's a 10-point jump. Now, some of those points, we got 125 on the coral. That is huge. 20 points on algae. That's pretty big too. 14 on the barge. Not quite a full barge, but still pretty good. Over on the Blue Alliance, both had the same score coming out of the auto with the leaving. 35 on the coral. It's a significant drop from the Red Alliance. 12 on the algae, pretty similar over there. But they did get those 6 penalty points from some of that heavy defense being played too.
So Alliance 1 does go to match 7, and then Alliance 8 does fall to the lower bracket in that next match for the lower bracket as well. So digging into that match, Dan, anything that you saw from the #1 Alliance?
Yeah, I saw, of course, right away we had 5096 scooting over to the other side to play some defense. We've got Hilltoppers #1, Hexhounds. They're also super. They've been, one of the top performing teams today, and they know we can defeat this alliance, with just the 2 of us. So we might as well slow them down, make that gap even bigger, and that was definitely the strategy that we saw here today. It looked like we were pretty close to getting a full rack of coral there too.
So yeah, let's pull up this telestrator and let's kind of walk through how this match developed. So going into it, Otto starts out powerful for that #1 Alliance. You definitely see 3 up here for the 1732. They've been doing that all season. Over here, you do see in this Blue Alliance, they did have a couple little hiccups that led to the not as many coral as they were expecting on that barge.
And we also had a tipped robot there on the Blue Alliance later on in the game, which definitely put them at a disadvantage there. But I think we're ready to start into our next match.
Yep.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Let's go ahead and introduce the next match, starting with... Who are we? All right, and joining them is Team 9993.
That's your Opera Corps Robotics from Appleton, Wisconsin.
And rounding out this with the Alliance captain, it's Team 6574.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, it's Ferrodermis.
Rolling over to the Blue Alliance, we're going to start things off with Team 9997.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hextra Hounds.
Joining them is Team 1675.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's UPS, Ultimate Protection Squad.
And finishing it off with Team 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, welcome Beast Robotics.
right, playoff match 2 begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
Green means go, and that is the start of match number 2. Looks like our 6 robots attempted to move, but looks like 99-93, that is newer Apple Corps, did not move off that line. But that is a-okay, as they'll hopefully have the 2 minutes 15 seconds to make up for points. Same applies for 2202, but that's Beast Robotics and the Blue Alliance. That is the start of Teleop and all 6 robots moving to get as many points as they can. Looks like 65-74, that's Ferrodermis scoring some of those points on those L4, and will they successfully do so? Looks like they get a little snagged up on that rung over there, but hopefully that will be a-okay. Meanwhile, their partner, 93, that's New Apple Corps, scoring successfully on that L4, getting some of those coral points. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Team 2202, moving fast to score some of those corals on their side as well. Looks like they're trying to score one of those L3s, and successfully managed to do that. 1675 on the Blue Alliance, that is UPS, hoping to deliver some phenomenal points and help their alliance win this match. With just under a minute, 30 seconds left, it looks like 99-97. That's Hextra Hounds gets a little caught up on some of those game components, but that is okay as they manage to escape and continue to play the game. 2202 Beast Robotics continuing to score some of those on those L3s out there, scoring as many corals as possible, and using the help of their human player. Meanwhile, back on the Red Alliance, 93 and 99-93 working together to get as many of those points as possible. And looks like almost completing all those L4s with just one more node left. With just 50 seconds left on that clock, all 6 teams moving fast to score some of those points as they are almost neck to neck on the points. 2202 Beast Robotics continuing to score one more L4 successfully. Meanwhile, 99-97. Extra Hounds continuing to grab some of those coral from the coral station from their human player to hopefully deliver some of those lower rungs. 1675. UPS scoring one last point and making its way to that barge zone, hopefully to park or attempt to score on the deep cage. On the Red Alliance, we got 2 red robots attempting to park. Unfortunately, the cage hits 93, but that's okay as they got 5 seconds to hang. 65-74 successfully hanging, 1675 successfully hanging, and that is the end of match 2 of round 1.
And we're back. And this one's a little bit more of a nail biter, definitely coming down to that final score, see which alliance won.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one turns out. We had both alliances, putting up their A game. We had a pretty clean match. I didn't see any defense being played either, so both teams were just focusing on getting those points up on the board there. Yeah.
And it is alliance 4 versus 5, so it is that more closer alliances from that picking order, from that snake draft style. So you should see a very nail-biting score here, which is what we saw, and hopefully we'll get soon. But going into it, you definitely, to your point, it was 3-on-3 offense. Both alliances are sticking to, hey, this is what we do. We're going to try to outscore them, and whatever they do, we're not going to try to interfere with and kind of break up or go that. So we'll see if that changes as we move on in the playoff period, and see if those alliances 4 and 5 change it up, play some defense, or switch some roles around.
Yeah, and we'll see how their strategies played out. They both had slightly different scoring strategies. It'll be interesting to see which one came out on top in the end.
Yeah, you definitely saw a little bit of differences, very similar, but there was some small differences that we'll get out of where that final score is, of where they put those pieces. Again, an L4 at that very top is a different point value than an L3 lower, and an L2, and then that trough. So.
But then you also have to sacrifice, think about how much more time is it going to be to take me to put it up at the higher one. You can get multiples on the lower rungs perhaps instead of just one at the higher rung. So, there's that trade-off you got to think about.
Yeah, definitely. So just kind of just looking into my notes, yeah, definitely saw a little bit of breakup. You did see 93. They did pick, or they got their alliance captain to pick their second robot for the event. So they kind of have that secret knowledge, right? Because It's their second robot. It's the same team, right? They have that knowledge of like, hey, they're good. I'm sure it got brought up in those conversations during the alliance selections.
Yep.
But looks like we do have the score, so let's see that final score.
All right.
So it is the Red Alliance pulled it out with a score of 100 for Alliance 4 to a score of 78 for Alliance 5. So Alliance 4 will move on to round 2, match 7 in the upper bracket. And Alliance 5 will move on to the lower bracket, round 2, match 5.
Very interesting, very interesting. So I had noted that the Blue Alliance did not focus on the barge there at the end, and that really made a big difference in their score there with 16 barge points for the Red Alliance, but only 2 barge points for the Blue Alliance there. That really made a difference there in that end game choice.
Definitely changed that overall point value for their alliance and ended up giving them the win. So going into the telestrator, let's see how this match turned out.
So I noticed it looked like 9993 was having some issues. The robot wasn't driving very quickly, and they weren't able to launch those balls up into the algae collector in the barge like we've seen them doing so often in the matches throughout the day. It kind of seemed to me like maybe it was a low battery or something. I don't know, but that's what it looked like to me, the way it was behaving. So hopefully they can get that figured out for the next match. It didn't slow them down enough to, they still won the match, but that was definitely something that held them back a little bit there with their score.
But as we talk about that point difference, you'll see it here. Alliance 4, they're definitely just targeting those L4s. That's how they built their alliance, and they're going after that. If you see here in the blue, you see some L3s and L2s being placed, drastically affecting, again, they're different point values, but that's how you build your alliance and go from there.
There's also a difference in the amount of algae that's been pulled out over in the Red Alliance. They hadn't focused on it too much. The Blue Alliance went and pulled most of those out. Now, those are also important for the ranking points, but those ranking points don't really matter in the playoffs and eliminations.
Yep, definitely changes how you build your alliance. So again, eliminations versus just normal matches changes. You're not chasing RPs, you're chasing points. So as we skip here to the end game at 27 seconds, so a lot of teams will start coming here for here. So you see a Red Alliance is starting to come towards their barge. Blue Alliance doesn't necessarily go as quick here because you kind of see there's one robot, a 1675 is going. They don't end up getting it, but then you see Red Alliance. They do end up getting, I think it's Ferrodermis here on his backside, getting that overall climb and giving them the win. So back to the field.
All right, we continue in the upper bracket. We're looking at match 3, and we're starting things off with Team 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the captain of their alliance, please welcome More Robotics.
And joining them is Team 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, the Hex Hounds.
Rounding out this alliance is Team 1220.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Rock Hoppers.
Your Blue Alliance starts off with Team 706.
From Hartley, Wisconsin, and the captain of their alliance, Cyberhawks.
Get ready to ride the waves with Team 4531.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, welcome Steampunk.
And rounding it out with Team 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, Oriole Assault.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Off we start match number 3 of round 1, and right off the bat, once again, all 6 robots moving. Looks like 3197. That is Hex Hounds moving already and grabbing components from their human player. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, looks like all 3 robots have passed that parking zone to get this autonomous ranking points. Now we're into tally up, and once again, 3197. That is Hex Hounds right off the bat moving. And oh, there's a slight bump between 1091 Oriole Assault and 1220 the Rock Hoppers, but everything's okay. Looks like 1714. That's more robotics just bumping into the zone a little, but they are still okay as they successfully score a Coral on that L4 level. 1091 looks like playing defense on that red alliance as it moves. Meanwhile, its partners on the blue alliance side scoring as many points as they can and maximizing to get all of those L4 corals in their bucket. 1714, more robotics continue to move high pace and get those L4 corals from collecting those coral components from the coral station from their human player. Meanwhile, 3197, Hexhound scoring some of those algae in the net. Looks like 1091, that is Oriole Assault hoping to stop some of those red alliances from scoring those components and hopefully giving their blue alliance an advantage. Meanwhile, on the blue alliance, 1220 playing from the red alliance, playing that defense on the blue alliance side of that field. With just under a minute left on that clock, both alliances working hard to get all of those points under their bucket. 3197 Hex Hounds wrapping up with just one more node left to cover on that L4 of that coral reef zone. Meanwhile, Red Alliance partner 1220 Rock Hoppers already aligning themselves for endgame in hopes to get that deep cage climb and maximize those points towards endgame and preparing themselves. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance continue to get a lot of those points and into the net, along with the Blue Alliance. There goes the start of the endgame, and looks like we got 2 robots on that Blue Alliance hanging, and we've got 2 robots on the Red Alliance. 1220 Rock Hoppers already hanging. 1714 more robotics hanging, and that third 3197 Hex Hound just making it into parking as round number 3 ends.
Wow, what an exciting match we had there.
And again, that's Alliance 2, so you're kind of expecting that. That's 1714 and 3197. You're expecting it from them. They're the number 2 seed, and they definitely showed out and proved that right.
Yeah, we had Alliance 7 putting up a really great show, though, too. Like, lots of scoring going on. I saw lots of defense from both sides. Both teams, I noticed switching up their strategy because of the defense that was being played on them. You know, there was a lot going on to talk about there in that match.
Yeah, we've been through Reefscape for a couple months now, right? So we know more what the strategies are and those little tweaks to it as teams will adjust and go from there. But looks like we do have the scores. It is the Red Alliance, the number 2 Alliance, to a score of 165 to 95 for Alliance 7. So the number 2 seed will move on to the upper bracket, round 2, match 8. And that number 7 Alliance move on to the lower bracket, round 2, match 6.
So I saw a couple of interesting things there going on with the defense. We've seen 1091 in the past playing really, really heavy defense. This round they were doing that again. I thought it seemed like they were being a little bit more careful this time because they've gotten a bunch of penalties previously, and it seemed like that paid out because we didn't have a whole lot of penalty points going around this match. There was one point I saw where their defense they were playing actually made the Red Alliance switch up their strategy. They were blocking that double coral area, and that caused the Red Alliance to switch and do some algae removal instead because they were not able to access their station to get and feed their coral.
Yeah, you kind of saw 1220 right down here. They're slightly playing a little counter defense, so that potentially maybe they were going to play offense for their alliance. But once they saw 1091 come across, then you're like, hey, you don't want 4 robots on your side. It's really jam packed there. So I'm sure at that point they're still over here doing their thing, and then they adjusted, and then eventually you'll see them come over here to start playing that hard defense.
Mm-hmm. We also had a focus, you know, with the higher coral tier again over on the Red Alliance. You know, getting those extra points for the higher one when they've got the robot that can put them up there super quickly. then they know that they can get those extra points without having to sacrifice too much of the time. We've got those QR codes on the stations that help them lock in.
So once you saw here a little bit, we'll go back. We'll go back and see this hard defense that we're seeing. So all these robots were designed to go up to the station and try to get that piece from it. But that is an unprotected zone. So you'll see 1220 staying right here. Oh, actually, we missed it. We'll go back a little bit here. So you'll actually see them starting to move 4531. So they're actually 1220s controlling what they're doing and where they're driving, not their own robot. So that's some hard defense and definitely played into that overall score. So it sounds like we're going back to the field.
All right, folks. Before we get on to this next alliance, we want to let everybody know that Alliance 2 has called up a backup robot. Remember, we talked about if you weren't selected and you might need to be called up. So 9994 has been called up to join Alliance 2. So you'll see them very soon. Now let's go ahead and talk about match number 4 of round 1, leading it off with Team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, and the captain of their alliance, Paradigm Shift.
Their partners, Team 2171.
All the way from Crown Point, Indiana, is the Robodogs.
And finally completing it out with Team 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Roundtable Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, we're going to start off with our host team, Team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, welcome the Mukwonago Bears.
Joining them is Team 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, the Warrior Bots.
And rounding it out with Team 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, and the captain of their alliance, Core 2062.
All right, drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
There goes that buzzer, and that means it's the start of match number 4. All 6 robots moving and getting those points in autonomous to maximize the points they can gain in these 15 seconds before drivers take control of their robots. Their stars tally up, and right off the bat looks like 2062, that's Core 2062, grabbing as many components from their human station as possible, along with their partner 6421, that is Warrior Bots, also grabbing some of that coral to score on that L4 on the Coral Reef Zone. On the Red Alliance, seems like the Red Alliance seems to be quick and fast as to get as many points as possible. 1792, Roundtable Robotics attempting to score, unfortunately missed just by a smidge, but that is okay as they still have a minute and a half left to recover those points. 12:59, that is Paradigm Shift, who successfully scores one of those L4 corals. 1792 making another attempt and successfully getting that L4 coral. Meanwhile, both 2171, that is Robodogs, as well as their partner 1792 Roundtable Robotics, getting as many points as possible from that human station, with a defensive play from 930 on the Blue Alliance, that's the Mukwonago Bears, hoping to block some of them off their coral station to make it harder for the Red Alliance to grab as many components as they can. On the Blue Alliance, like 6421, Warrior Bots got stuck on some of their components, but their partner alliance, 2062, Core 2062, is able to help them just get off that little hurdle and go back to scoring some more points for their alliance. With just 55 seconds left on the clock, all 6 robots trying to get as many points as possible, with some robots, including the 930 Mukwonago Bears, playing a defensive play and trying to delay the red robots able to get their corals who score those L4s, L3s, and L2s. On the Blue Line, 6421, the Warrior Bots moving fast to get as many points as possible. It looks like a part of 2062, Core 2062, is come a little loose, but that's okay as they're still able to score some of those points. With just 20 seconds left on the clock, looks like all robots, that's 64-21 Warrior Bots, as along with the McGonagall Bears in parking and attempting to do that deep cage climb. 12:56 Paradigm Shift also coming into parking, along with their partner Roundtable Robotics with 5 seconds left. I see 3 robots hanging. And that is the end of match 4.
And another exciting playoff match 3 for us. So it was definitely Alliance 3 versus 6. Definitely showed out in that kind of, again, similar nail-biters type of score. So
Yeah, very similar alliances. You know, we're back to that middle ground team where it's not the huge disparity, so it's a lot closer. We've had a fairly clean match overall, not too much defense going on. Both teams, you know, trying to put up their scores, and we'll have to find out which one won. You know, at the end, we had a lot of barge focus there. So let's go see and how that played out to the scores.
So it is the Red Alliance did pull that out with a score of 133 to Alliance 6, 100.
The difference in their points there also, once again, from the autonomous period, the Red Alliance had that autonomous lead. Blue Alliance was trying to make up the points. They were doing a great job keeping up, but catching up is always a struggle.
Yep, no, definitely for it. So let's pull up the telestrator and walk through that match. So to your point, at the end of auto, we do end up coming out of, and it's a little bit of lead to Alliance 3 compared to Alliance 6. So then each of these robots, all 6 of them, start playing offense in their own way that they strategize to do. So you'll eventually start seeing the Red Alliance score here, getting a little bit higher than the number 6 Alliance. And you'll kind of see a counterplay that they do of sending one of the robots over to go play defense. And look at that score difference of... So eventually now you see 930 is down here. So it's 64 to 36. So let's play through this match.
We've seen them switch over to defense mid-match a lot of times during this tournament. Now right here you see 64-21 gets caught up on the algae. They're their top, the high-tier scoring robot. So 2062 runs over to try and free them from that algae to make sure that they can keep putting points up on the board. Now there's another point towards the end of the game where they were putting up the coral, trying to make up that gap. And they'd already filled up pretty much their top ring over on the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also has theirs almost completely full there. So they were both realizing that this could come down to the end game and the barge points. So then we'll see that in a second here. 64-21, then as you notice, with 20 seconds left, a little bit earlier than sometimes you'd see, goes over to try and get those end game barge points to try and close that gap. You know, there's about a 30-point gap here that can be made up in the end game if their end game barge points are high enough.
Yes, because you do normally see 64-21, 930, they can climb, but they're not always getting it every single time. You definitely see both of them are targeting here to climb, and then you do end up getting some red at the very end to kind
12:59 climbing there as well.
So with that, let's go back to the field.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we are in round 2, making our first trip to the lower bracket. We've got Alliance number 8 in red, Alliance number 5 in blue. Winner of this match continues onward in our lower bracket. However, it will be the end of the day for our defeated Alliance. Let's reintroduce ourselves to our team, starting with 8701.
Out of Greendale, Wisconsin, Graffiti.
Joining them, it's not rocket science, that's 3596.
Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee.
And the final member of our Red Alliance, it's 6381.
They're out of Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, we begin with 9997.
Extra Hounds from Cedarburg.
ready to be the hero with a win. It's 1675.
UPS Ultimate Protection Squad.
And the final member of our number 5 alliance, it's 2202.
They're out of Brookfield, Beast Robotics.
We've got the all clear lower bracket round 2 match number 5. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Alliance 8 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. These teams looking to stay alive in our playoffs here at MROC. We've got points for crossing out of that starting zone on both sides of the field. Blue Alliance possibly at the advantage here, though. They've got Coral on L2 and L4 as time runs out and drivers take control for the remainder of playoff match number 5. 7-point advantage in favor of the Blue Alliance as things get rolling. Algae removed from the reef first by the Red Alliance. That's Rocket Robotics with that algae in their possession. It looks like Rocket might be trying to process. That's 6 points for the Red Alliance, but it's going to give 4 points to the human player from UPS and the Blue Alliance if they're able to get that up into the Blue Alliance net. While Rocket works on the algae, that leaves Red Raider and Graffiti on the L4 Coral for the Red number 8 Alliance. Checking out the action on the blue side of things. We've got some scattered Coral all over L4, 3, and 2. 2202 Beast Robotics with a quick 5 points for the Blue Alliance. They're still leading it by 5 points here. Taking a look at the algae that has been scored. We've got 4 algae scored by that Red Alliance. They are passing them through that processor to get those 6 points per processed algae, but in exchange, the Blue Alliance, which is not playing any algae directly, they're able to toss those algae up into the net to grab 4 points apiece. Rocket's going to keep that algae moving, getting one more passed through that processor, giving a little bit of an edge to the Red Alliance now with 1 minute remaining in the match. We are all tied up. Blue pulls ahead for a moment. Red is looking for a few places to drop off that Coral. Graffiti just barely missing their L4 attempt. That Coral tumbles down to the playing field floor. They're going to go back to their human player, looking to intake once again from that human player, getting that Coral into the elevator mechanism for 8701. Algae still on the move by Rocket Robotics. Final 30 seconds of the match. Blue Alliance pulling ahead with a little bit of a lead here. They're outscoring when it comes to the Coral on their reef. UPS drops off on L3. Sonar ping sounds. 20 seconds remaining in this match. It's going to come down to where these robots are in their barge zone. 12 points could swing this match. So let's take a look at where we land. UPS is looking secure on their deep cage climb as time runs out on match number 5.
And we're back. That is the first elimination match that we do have today. So the winner of this will be moving on, and the loser will come to the end of the day for them.
We've got some high stakes for this game, and it was a high-tension game. Both alliances were neck and neck most of that match. Very, very interesting to see how the scores turn out for this one. We also had a lot of cheering. I think probably some of the highest amount of cheering that we've heard for a game coming from the Red Alliance there. Love to hear that support coming from the stands.
No, definitely. Gets the drivers going. I'm sure it's being down behind the glass. I'm sure they definitely heard them and kind of helped them with that match.
Oh yeah, as a former driver, I can tell you that kind of cheering and support, even if the match doesn't go well, still makes you feel good at the end of it.
Yeah, with that, let's go to the scores. And it is the Blue Alliance taking that win, continuing on in the lower bracket with a score of 106 to Alliance 8 of 92. Unfortunately, that does come to the end of the day for 6381, 3596, and 8701. So thank you for coming out to MROC, and hope you enjoyed your competition this weekend.
Very well played all around.
So the Blue Alliance will move on in that lower bracket.
And once again, we see there a very tight score. There wasn't like a huge 30-point difference there. Both alliances very well matched up. Both alliances strategized very well to play that game.
So yeah, let's dig into that telestrator, Dan. Um, uh, anything to note in auto?
Blue had a very slight lead coming out of the auto, but it wasn't a huge lead. But oftentimes when we see a lead in auto, that does lead towards or indicate a good rest of the match.
Yeah, that is driven by that one L4 in the top there on that blue reef. So going into the rest of the match, let's dig into it.
So I noticed early on, Red's focus was on clearing that algae out of their reef, whereas the Blue Alliance was focusing a lot on that coral and throwing that on.
Yeah, no, definitely. Big thing, there was a very large priority put on this barge right here. So that's coming from two directions, right? That's coming from 99.97 here, not 31.97 here, and also from 35.96. So they are a processor robot. So they're actually pulling that into here and putting that pressure on this human player to score those shots into the barge. So we have seen it. And then towards the end of this match, this barge gets really full, right? So potentially causing some other bounce outs that we do end up seeing. I think right here, we actually do see a miss, potentially just from that barge being so full. So
and then all the robots then at the end game here kind of lining up, getting ready to go, trying to make sure they all have enough space within that small, tight area. But the Blue Alliance is still trying to score that one last coral, see if they can get an extra lead. Doesn't quite make it, but they still end up taking that match.
So another starting match. I don't think we're just ready yet, so we actually are ready, so let's toss it over to them.
Alrighty.
That's right, we are ready here for match number 6 of round number 2. Now, before we meet these alliances, I have something really exciting to share, and that is that during our third break during our playoffs, we are going to be playing some human player matches. So we're going to swap out robots for humans and see how they do here at Reefscape. If you're interested in playing in one of our human player matches, please head to the welcome desk to get on the sign-up list. Our goal is to play 2, so that means we would need 12 people. But with that in mind, let's move on back to round 2, match 6, where we have alliance number 7 in red up against alliance number 6 in blue. Starting out on our number 7 alliance, it's team 706.
Cyberhawks.
And with them representing the Lakeshore, it's 4531.
Steampunk.
I love me some jazz hands. And finally, taking flight, it's 1091.
Oriole Assault.
Moving over to our number 6 alliance, we begin with the question, what time is it? It's 9:30.
Maquanago Bears.
Right next door, not just here, but also on the map, it's 6421.
Warrior Bots.
And finally, we've got Team 2062.
That's Core 2062.
so I guess we do have a little bit of time before the field's ready. So let's dig into this match. Let's see if we predict what this match is going to turn out to, okay?
I'm expecting this is going to be a really close match. We've got Alliance 6 versus Alliance 7. They're going to be pretty evenly matched here. We've also got a couple of robots that often play some defense on the field here. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to continue with their usual strategy or if we'll see a switch up.
So yeah, I'm expecting to see that defense from 1091.
Yep.
I expect them to see it come over pretty quickly and play some hard defense. And then potentially, as we've seen from 930, we've seen them a little bit delayed, but very strategic defense. So let's see if they send their defensive robot over. So 706, I'm expecting to be clearing that algae from that reef and placing it into the barge. And then 4531, placing some coral. So let's see if we predict what actually happens.
And we've got the all clear round 2, match number 6, ready to get underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 6 also in the lower bracket, so these teams looking to stay alive. Coral successfully scored over on the blue side up on L4. We've got an Coral scored on L2 by the Red Alliance. Cyberhawk 706 going back for bonus Coral autonomously. They're going to land right in front of that L4 branch node and get it moving as soon as they can here in Teleop. We see their drive team, though, having a conversation behind the glass, trying to get that robot moving after that transition into Teleop. They are back in action now for the Red number 7 Alliance. Alliance 6 has sent over Mukwonago Bears 930. They're going to hang out right in front of that Coral station, blocking off access from Steampunk. Steampunk, though, they spin around, get themselves over to the opposite Coral station, where they're going to intake Coral from the Cyberhawks human player. Checking out action over on blue, we've got 1091 also playing some defense. That's Oriole Assault sticking tight to Warrior Bots. Warrior Bots, though, they drive up on a piece of algae while evading that defense. So Blue Alliance is down to just one offensive robot at the moment. That is Core 2062, the captain of the number 6 Alliance. 2062, they go to the opposite Coral station, either to grab some Coral or to get Warrior Bots back on their wheels with only one offensive robot. And they're keeping 930 down on the opposite side of the field. So it looks like Core wants to get Warrior Bots back in action to play some offense for the Blue Alliance. Warrior Bots targeting that algae, being very careful about negotiating the position of their partner. Oriole's just going to park right in front of the Core human player. Core looks like they're going to switch it up for now. They are back right in front of that Coral station. Meanwhile, over on Red, we've got 4531 Steampunk elevator up high, looking to drop off 5 points for the Red Alliance. That brings them to 43-25, 40 seconds remaining in playoff match 6. Mukwonago still playing phenomenal defense over on the red side of things. Core looking for some Coral access or for Warrior Bots. Warrior Bots still beached up on that algae. Core returns to their reef zone. Coming down now to the sonar ping. 20 seconds remaining in the match. 2 red robots enter into their barge zone. 1091 Oriole comes off of the defensive move and makes contact with a cage. We've got 3 red robots in their barge zone, just 1 blue robot. That is 930 on Deep Cage, looking at 12 points for the Blue Alliance as time runs out for match 6.
And welcome back. That was a nail biter. It was a little lower score than we were anticipating, but what happened there?
We saw pretty close to the strategy that we're expecting to see. You know, we had 1091 like a bullet zipping over to the other side to play defense. 930 also went over pretty early to play defense on the other side. Sometimes they go early, sometimes they go mid-match. This time they chose to go over pretty early, as we anticipated too. We had 706 there, you know, doing the algae, while their alliance partner was focusing on Coral. The Blue Alliance did have what looked like a little bit of a struggle with one of their alliance partners there, which might have set them behind. We'll have to find out once those scores come in how that affected the outcome of the match. But once again, this was an eliminations round 2. So one of these alliances going home. Let's find out which one.
It is the Red Alliance taking that win. Score of 73 to 43. So that is the end of the day for Alliance 6. That is 2062, our Alliance captain. Their first pick, 930, and then 64-21. So thank you all for competing this weekend. Let's give them a round of applause.
And we've got the Red Alliance advancing to the lower bracket, round number 3, match 9. So looking at the scores here, we've got fairly similar scores all around. The Coral is pretty close. The Algae, there was just a 1 Algae difference between the two of them. There was a little bit of a lead on the Barge as well, but all 3 of those slight leads to the Red Alliance put them ahead for the win there.
Yeah, definitely got a little bit for the Blue Alliance for that interference with the Algae. Definitely slowed them down. That slowed them down 64-21, not be able to do their full Coral cycles and then having to pull 22 over to get them off of it. So definitely plays into it. 'Cause again, every second counts in this game. How can you maximize that time to scoring points, right?
And 64-21 was the Blue Alliance's primary top-rung Coral score. If they'd had them running, I feel like the outcome of that match would have been a different outcome for them. That was very unfortunate for them.
But we did just get word, 64-21, it did find their lost impact banner. So they are taking that back home with them, that they did lose that for a couple days. So that is congrats to them finding that blue banner back.
Well, at least they're taking home 1 banner, and we'll find out more at the awards ceremony later.
So yeah, let's kick it over to DJ Sam.
All right.
All right, folks, we are back in the upper bracket for match number 7. We're going to start things off with Team 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
Your number 1 Alliance captain, it's Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, it's Team 8744.
Leviathans.
On the blue side, you heard them. Who are we? And joining them is their second robot, Team 9993.
Newer Apple Core.
And your Alliance captain, Team 6574.
Paradermis.
All right, match 7's ready to go. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 7 is in the upper bracket. Alliance 1 wearing red, Alliance 4 wearing blue. We've got 2 corals scored on the red reef, make that 3. 1 on blue reef so far, but between the work of Hilltoppers and their alliance partner Leviathans, a total of 5 coral on L4 to kick off this match. We see Teutonic Force immediately cross the field. They're going to be playing some defense against the blue number 4 alliance. Teutonic chooses first to stick tight to Ferrodermis. They're bumper to bumper. Ferrodermis spinning on their swerve drive to break free. Ferrodermis now up against the Blue Alliance reef, making their way toward that protected reef zone on the Blue Alliance side of the field. New Apple Core across the reef from them, putting up 5 points. Ferrodermis follows it up with their own coral. Newer Apple Core playing defense right in front of the human player from Hilltoppers. They're going to hang out right in that coral station. Hilltoppers probably would prefer to go to their own human player, but they'll have to work through newer Apple Core. Hilltoppers work on algae for the time being. They've cleaned up a few. They're grabbing the second to last remaining algae from that red reef. Elevator extends up and a gentle toss into the Red Alliance net. Hilltoppers now looking for that final algae while their partners Leviathans start to work on level 3 of the red reef. Hilltoppers completely cleaned up that algae from their reef. They're going to head to the opposite coral station. Newer Apple Cores still parked in front of one of them. Leviathans make their way toward the opposite. Leviathans can intake up off the floor, so they're not going to need a coral station, and that's going to help them out evading that defense from the blue number 4 Alliance. Alliance 4, meanwhile, on their offensive side, New Apple Core and Ferrodermis still working together, both elevators extended high, looking for the last remaining nodes.
And we're here. Unfortunately, we do have a field fault, so we will have to be replaying this match. You see the field crew and the FTAA all helping looking in that station on that Red Alliance. So unfortunately, this does happen to the field. It does have some issues. Again, these fields have been through a tough season as well, not just these robots. So.
Yep. Well, the fields have been through the season beforehand, and now we've got this whole off-season tournament. So they're going to get that all fixed up. Strategy-wise, both teams, now that they know what they're going to be doing against each other, they've got a chance to change their strategy or see if they can refine it a little bit more for the replay here.
So yeah, no, that definitely goes into it of, hey, okay, are we playing chess or are we playing checkers here? How much can we actually adjust with it? So let's dig into that match, since we will have a little bit of time. Let's fully dig into it step by step. So, auto starts off with normal. You do see on that Red Alliance, they do end up getting their 5-piece. So you will eventually see 3 from auto, and then you do have 2 from here. So with here, you will see 5 pieces here in auto versus 1. So drastic impact here to that. Again, if you can start off in auto pretty aggressively, you can take that through the rest of the match. So with that, we'll end up going into teleop. I do want to take a step back here. It is something that Hilltoppers have been doing all year long. If I can get back to it. So you'll see this double cycle here. So they get this piece here in auto, and they come here, place it on L4, and they instantly grab this algae and put it into the barge. So it's kind of like a double cycle.
Mm-hmm. They're efficiently, they can only carry one game piece at a time, but this way, if they've got both elements, they don't have to go back and forth as much if they're only going to one location, scoring one, and then grabbing the other, scoring the other one.
So from here, we'll end up seeing, again, Hilltoppers have been an aggressive team all year long, but there is one way to slow them down, and it's playing some defense on them. So you see a 99-93 quickly here, blocking their station, blocking their human player. This then changes Leviathans to go solely on coral, as Hilltoppers keep plucking these algae from there and doing their flip into here.
And that also congests that side of the field a little bit more if they're not able to use the one station. Now you've got potentially 3 robots trying to feed coral out of one station, which gets really congested, so they have to switch up their strategy there.
And then yeah, the same thing that happens over here on blue, right? So you end up seeing 5096. They're playing mostly defense here because they're trying to entice both these blue robots to go to the same station and doing some and bump each other. So over here, we're right next to the station. Definitely heard some bumping and smashing into that side wall.
The other thing too is if you're blocking one station and pushing them to one side, they'll quickly fill up one side, but that means in order to try and drive to the other side, that's going to take up more of their time. And when you've only got a couple minutes to the match, those seconds, those precious couple of seconds, even milliseconds can count. So even if you're just blocking one station and not even blocking them from getting to that station, you're still slowing them down.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to end up continuing with that match. So we're going to get some pneumatics, or I guess pneumatics aren't as common back in our day, right? They're not having to refill those tanks, so it's more of just a battery swap, cool those motors a little bit, and then get the robots set back up and go from there. So.
Alrighty, let's see it.
All right, folks. Big shout out to the field crew for getting our field repaired so quickly. We're going to jump back into this match. We're going to reintroduce all the teams, starting with Team 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
Their alliance captains, Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics.
And rounding it out with Team 8744.
Leviathans.
All right, introducing on the blue side, who are we? Team 93.
New Apple Core.
Joining them is Team 9993.
Newer Apple Core.
And your alliance captains, Team 6574.
Theradermis.
ready to go with match 7. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
We're now back with match 7. As a reminder, Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 4 in blue. We've got 2 Coral on L4 for the Blue Alliance, 3 so far for red, but Hilltoppers going for 4th. And their Alliance partner Leviathans looking at the 5th as time runs out on auto and drivers take control for the remainder of match 7. Just like last time, we immediately see Teutonic Force cross over on behalf of the number 1 Alliance. And 9993 Newer Apple Core crossover on behalf of the Blue Alliance, while Hilltoppers get to work right away on that net for the Red Alliance with those algae at 4 points apiece. Hilltoppers looking for their second now, a gentle toss on up, scoring that for the Red number 1 Alliance. Over on Blue, we've got 4 Coral scored so far on L4. Elevators reaching up to continue that scoring. Ferrodermis on one side, Apple Core on the other. Ferrodermis rotate their wrist, elevator extends upward. They're a little overshot on that node, but now they stick the landing and add those 5 points to the Blue Alliance score. Teutonic Force, they're going to be hanging out between the 2 Coral stations. Right now, they are between New Apple Core and Ferrodermis. Teutonic gets right up against Apple Core again. It looks like Apple Core does have Coral inside of the robot. They're choosing to not score it at the moment. Their elevator, though, does inch its way on up. We'll see if they rotate it down to start to manipulate that Coral. Just over 1 minute of match play remaining. Red's in the lead, 107-49. Ferrodermis elevator extended upward. They do miss an attempt with some Coral. It bounces, though, all the way over the reef and lands in the trough, so that'll be some easy points for the Blue Alliance. Apple Core momentarily stuck on some algae, but it looks like a little deflation from that algae helps them out. They do drive over it, though, as they recover and make their way back toward their Coral station. Ferrodermis is going to keep that Coral on the move. New Apple Core appears to be setting a bit of a pick, course away from Ferrodermis, while Ferrodermis leads the charge on offense for the Blue Alliance Reef. Checking in on Red Reef as the sonar ping sounds. We are looking awfully filled on L4 and L3. Hilltoppers grab one more L4 before they make their way to the barge zone for the number 1 Alliance. New Apple Core is the first one there for Blue. Apple Core's got their deep cage. Bumper still touching the ground. They're going to try to renegotiate that position. Hilltoppers look like they are clear as time runs out on playoff match 7.
Well, Dan, it was good to at least complete that match. But hey, can we please get a round of applause for our field staff for getting our field fixed?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. They did a fantastic job there getting that panel replaced, and not just replaced, but they had to actually jimmy one up because we didn't quite have one of that size for that spot, so they had to fabricate it on the spot.
So hey, it was great to have that field staff to fix the field. But overall, match was really good. Fairly similar. There's small differences we saw between that first match to that second match. So these alliances did add that little curveball to it overall. So let's see how that match came out to be. And it is the Red Alliance taking that win with a score of 162-68. So that is still a upper round match. So Alliance 4 will now go to the lower bracket, round 3, match 9. And Alliance 1 will move on to the upper bracket, round 4, match 11. So big difference there of 120-51 in Coral and in that algae.
I don't think anybody's surprised with the outcome of that match. That was a huge, huge score difference there, though. But there were some interesting things that happened during the match for sure for the strategy. You know, not too much of a shakeup from what we saw in the first round. But both alliances, you know, were going into it then since we had the replay, knowing what each other was going to do, and were able to play to each other's strengths and try and adjust their strategy there.
So you do see that 5-2 advantage in auto coming out of there.
Almost like they've got a crown set up there on their reef right out of the auto.
But big first difference I'm starting to see is from 99-93, they're playing this back and forth defense. They're not just staying at one station. They're making the Red Alliance guess a little bit of where they're going to be at and where they're going. So you still see this aspect of Hilltoppers still doing their flip of the algae as Leviathans are doing their pickup off the ground for to place onto the reef.
Now on the other side, you've got Teutonic Knights over there playing some heavy defense over on the Blue Alliance, trying to shut down the 2 robots that are trying to score Coral over there. The Blue Alliance's main Algae score, 9993. They're playing defense over onto the Red Alliance, so they're both on the Coral, and they don't have a whole lot of ability to switch up their strategy there, meaning 5096 can more effectively corral them in and keep them away from those feeding stations to grab their Coral.
So you do see right here, 9993 is, I think, actually playing counter defense on 5096 over here. So they're actually just playing defense on each other, right?
And I think that's
so
happening there because 93 has a Coral stuck in their robot, so they're not able to grab any more scoring elements. So they're going to try to protect their alliance partner there from the defense being played on them. And that's what they can do.
I think at this point, they did realize that portion and then start putting their effort back onto Ferrodermis there.
And of course, you've got 93 getting stuck on the Algae there and then actually popping that ball. So another task for the field reset team's going to have to deal with there.
Yeah, no, it does happen within the game, but overall, it doesn't necessarily end that final score of it with a Red Alliance win. So with that, let's go back to the field.
All right, we're going to continue in the upper bracket, starting off with Team 1714.
That's more robotics from Milwaukee.
Alliance captain, Team 3197.
From Cedarburg, Hex Hounds.
And joining them is Team 9994.
They're from Eau Claire, better name later.
On the Blue Alliance, starting out with the Alliance captain, it's Team 1259.
They're out of Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
Joining them is Team 2171.
Our team from Crown Point, Indiana, Robodogs.
And finishing off this number 3 Alliance, it's Team 1792.
Round Table Robotics, we are RTR from Oak Creek.
All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
6 robots exit that starting line at 2 points apiece. We've got 2 Coral up on red, 1 so far for blue, but bonus Coral on the move from a member of the Blue Alliance. That one's going to find its home for 7 points. And now we see another attempt by RTR, also pick up 7 points for the Blue Alliance. That's a Blue Alliance advantage as drivers take control for the remainder of match 8. This is a upper bracket match between Alliance 3 in blue and 2 in red. Better name later, low robot to the ground on the Red Alliance. They're going to break through their barge zone off to play some defense against the number 3 Alliance. Better name later hanging out right in front of one of those Coral stations. That's the Coral station adjacent to Paradigm Shift's drive team. Taking a look at the robot on the reef now for the Blue Alliance. That is Paradigm Shift. Robodogs following them up. We have 3 blue robots all playing Coral offense, whereas the Red Alliance, they've got a mixed offensive strategy. We see 3197 Hex Hounds specializing in algae here. Nice and early, getting those 4-point algae up out of the way of their alliance partners and into the safety of that net, while 1714 more robotics is all about the Coral for the red number 2 Alliance. Blue Alliance is still in the lead here by 31 points. Over 1 minute of match play remaining. We're still seeing 3 blue robots playing offense with Coral. That L4 completely filled up for the Blue Alliance, so their focus will shift lower value Coral, whereas the Red Alliance still has plenty of 5-point opportunities remaining because Hex Hounds have been working on algae while Moore works on Coral. More algae on the move once again from 3197. Elevator extending upward. They choose instead to drop that off on the ground. They're going to chase it down. Might have been looking for a better position of that algae in their algae manipulator. 35 seconds left in the match. Healthy Blue Alliance lead here, 128 to 87. That reef looking nearly complete thanks to the 3 Coral offense being played by the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance is down their defender. Better Name Later is on top of a piece of algae right in front of the drive team from RoboDogs. They are manipulating their arm, though, trying to get back on their wheels, at least in hopes of picking up a park. Better Name Later is now free, but 2171, they're going to block them off from getting back to that barge zone. Better Name Later's two partners are up, and Better Name is going to get those park points right there at the end of the match. We've got two robots in the air in each barge zone at the conclusion of match 8.
Wow, Dan, that is a shocker right there. That's a really good match.
That was one of the most engaging matches I think I've seen this entire tournament. Wow, both alliances playing at their A game that match.
All 6 robots drastically impacting their alliances and that final score.
Yeah, everybody just doing their job, doing it well. You had some defense being played. You had a lot of offense being played. Very different strategies on both sides. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, just all around, very, very smooth match.
No, it was really good. Still having that 2 offense and 1 defense for that Red Alliance, and that Blue Alliance having all 3 offensive scoring robots. We've seen it play out the year. It doesn't always work every time, but with these 3 Blue Alliance robots, they're all pretty closely alike, right? They're able to remove that algae. They're able to go to that station and place coral from L4 all the way down to L2. So they're very similar.
All right, let's cut to the scores.
So that is the Blue Alliance win. A new high score of 170 to Alliance 2 of 136. So, and that is a penalty-free match of 170. So that is very impressive from that Blue Alliance. But for the Red Alliance, they are just going down to that lower bracket. So we will see them again. But we will see the Blue Alliance next playing round 4, match 11, and the Red round 3, match 10.
With that one, we've got Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3. You know, again, very evenly matched as far as the rankings go, and they definitely showed in that match. Both of them were just neck and neck, very tight towards each other. Yeah, really fascinating.
So yeah, let's review the match in the Telestrator.
Coming out of auto, both of them were in a very similar spot. The Blue Alliance had a very slight lead. I think it was a 7-point lead coming out of the auto. But both alliances were at a very similar spot there. It wasn't like one had a huge jump over the other one.
So yeah, you'll see that 3 versus 2, just with the 1259 just ready there to place that in Teliop.
But I also noticed Blue Alliance almost immediately clears all of that coral out of their station. 10 seconds hadn't even passed in the match, and they had almost completely cleared, not the coral, the algae out of their station.
But you saw that all 3 robots were doing it. It wasn't just one of them as doing it for the Alliance. It was all 3 robots able to play that similar role across for their Alliance.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance has sent over 1 robot to do defense, try and clutter that up. Oftentimes at that point, then you'll see the other line switching and sending somebody over to defense. The Blue Alliance opted not to do that and just keep scoring, and wow, did they keep scoring.
So yeah, you'll see the Red Alliance 17-14 playing that coral offense, and 31-97 playing that algae kind of hybrid role. But I do really want to highlight 99-94, a game changer of a strategy and design here for the Alliance. They didn't end up winning, but drastically impacting it. So you'll see down here, so they're bumping them, right? But right there, 9994 gets in front of 1259 to get in front of their way. So they're not thinking that current step of 1259 getting that coral piece. They're thinking ahead. So they have to then swerve around them, drastically impacting that driver's ability. And then right now here, they're not even able to get to that station. Drastically impacting it, making them go over here. You see right here, there's now 2 robots already there. And now you're having a 3rd one. They don't know what to do. So a really good defense there from 9994.
Yeah, they played that role fantastically. All right, let's see what they've got for us then in the next match. Hope it's just as exciting.
That was good. Oh, good. Yeah. Well, it literally, like, all...
All right, welcome back to our field and welcome to round number 3, match number 9. We are back in our lower bracket, meaning these alliances are playing to stay alive. We've got alliance number 4 in red, alliance number 7 in blue. Let's go ahead and say hello to them, starting out with who are we? That's Team 93.
From Appleton, New Apple Corps.
Hey, these guys look familiar. It's 9993.
Coming from Appleton, Neural Apple Corps.
And finally, they've got nerves of steel and skin of iron. It's 6574.
Farrah Dermis from Whitewater.
Moving over to our blue number 7 alliance geared for flight. It's 706.
Coming from Heartland, the Cyberhawks.
And ready to set sail for a win. It's 4531.
Steampunk from Two Rivers.
And our final member of our blue number 7 alliance, give it up for 1091.
Coming from Hardhorn, Oriole Assault.
We've got the all clear for round 3, match number 9. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, these robots are ready and loaded here for match number 9. It looks like, taking a look over here for the Red Alliance, they have one coral on that L4 level, successfully getting it 6574. Taking the Farrah Dermis and looking over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like they also have one on that L4, ending it for the Atomis, and now it is Teleop where drivers are now controlling it. Over here on the Red Alliance, 9993, the newer Apple Corps are getting ready for that. Algae, unfortunately, their arm does end up breaking, and they're out of the match for the moment. It's okay, because 6574, the Farrah Dermis, is helping them out by getting that core and launching it into that L4 precisely. Over here on the Blue Alliance, 706, Cyberhots gets it quickly into that Algae. Looks like Blue Alliance has 2 Algae on that net, successfully getting so. Over here, 4531, UPS gets another one on that L4 section. Right here has 4 L4 on the Blue Alliance with 1 minute 30 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance has 39, taking the lead. Red Alliance has 26 with Run Robot down 65-74. Does not hesitate to get those L4 levels with the amount of points that they have. Right here, looks like 2 robots are down on the Red Alliance, so I guess it's just 1 robot left to go. That's okay. They are getting some defense from 1091 Aerial Assault. They are not letting 65-74 get to that coral station. Right over here on the Blue Alliance, they're still going on strong with the Cyber Hawks, focusing on that algae, scoring it into the net, trying to get it over there in time. UPS is still going over to that core station, focusing on those higher levels, while Cyberhawks is still going over there with that algae. With less than a minute left to go, the Blue Alliance is still winning by actually not too much over there with 10 points of a difference. Taking it over here on the Red Alliance, the Blue 1091 is still playing on that strong defense. Looks like they are approaching now the Bards to get that hanging points. All robots are actually scoring their final match points so that they can hang and get the points that they are needed. With 10 seconds left to go, they are 3 robots over there for the barge for the Blue Alliance, while Red Alliance is still getting their final points and heading to that barge for those parking points as match number 9 ends.
And we're back. No, definitely a little bit lower scoring game, but it happens.
Yeah, we had 2 robots on the Red Alliance that went down there right after the right as they entered the teleop period. Looked like both 93 and 9993 had some issues there. That was a hard hit for the Red Alliance there. But let's jump to the scores and see how it played out.
And that is the Blue Alliance win from a score of 63-43.
Still a surprisingly close score there.
So with that, it is unfortunately the end of the day for 65-74, Ferrodermis, 93, New Apple Core, and 99-93, newer Apple Core. So let's all give a clap for them, and hopefully they enjoyed their time at MROC. In Alliance 7, we will then see at the lower bracket, round 4, match 12. So with that, let's jump to the telestrator.
So in auto here, I noticed one interesting thing. We had Team 706 actually scoring an algae in the upper part of the barge. They went and scored their coral, then grabbed an algae, and then scored it in the barge in the autonomous period. That is not an easy feat to do, and I'm not sure if I've seen that happen yet this tournament.
Yeah, I have not seen it here at MROC today. Have seen it earlier in the season, so congrats to them. So going from that, you definitely have 1091, what they've been doing all day, that hard defense around this side. But here you initially see both the 93 robots having an issue. With that, it's really hard playing 3-on-1 just in the game. But you eventually see 1091 kind of switch their defense of they're necessarily playing defense against 1 robot, so you quickly see them kind of react to that. They're now kind of placing chase a little bit as they're kind of waiting for a Ferrodermis here to get out of their safe zone. They cannot touch them in this safe zone, but Ferrodermis kind of zoomed around this way to get away from 1091, but they're there to meet them.
Over on the blue side, you've got 706 continuing to pump through those algae, and 4531 working on scoring the coral. 706 did get caught up on the algae, which had 4531 had to come and try and rescue them. Over on the other side, Ferrodermis is still continuing to score while the Blue Alliance isn't doing any scoring for a while, and they're able to catch up there.
And very good driving by 706 is they never left their barge zone. If you leave the barge zone, that is a penalty of having 2 blue robots in the Red Alliance zone. So very good driving by 706 there. So overall, it was a good match, but hey, let's start looking into our next match.
Back here on the field, lower bracket match number 10, just about ready to get started. Now, before we meet these teams, one last reminder about our raffle. we've got a collection of amazing gift baskets out there, and this is your last shot to buy raffle tickets and enter in for any of those gift baskets. We are going to be, we are going to be closing off our raffle at match number 11 and then announcing our winners after match number 12. But here we are, match number 10. Let's meet our alliances, starting in red with 1714.
More robotics from Milwaukee.
Joining them on the alliance, it's 3197.
From Cedarburg, it's the Hexhound.
And the final member of the alliance back in action, it's 1220.
From Milwaukee, Rockhoppers.
Moving over to our blue alliance, we begin with 9997.
Hexa Hounds from Cedarburg.
And here to save the day in the lower bracket, it's 1675.
UPS Ultimate Protection Squad from Milwaukee.
And the final member of the alliance, it's 2202.
Beast Robotics from Brookfield.
Final checks underway. Alliance 2 in red, Alliance 5 in blue. Playing to move on in our lower brackets. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Oh, hey, we need a Red Alliance human player. Good catch for our head referee. Woo! All right, once again, field checks underway. And with the all clear, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, divers, we are in match number 10, which is our last match before a little break here. It looks like over here for the Red Alliance, they have 1 coral, they have 2. Are they going for a 3? Who knows? We will see in the last. Now it is Teliab. Thomas has ended. Over here for the Blue Alliance, they do not have any coral on that L4, but it looks like they have trying to. Over here, they have some coral on their arms right here. 1675 Ultimate Protection Squad has a core in their arms, going over there to core station to go get more. 1 coral on that L4, another one precisely moved on by one of their Alliance companion members. Unfortunately, it did miss, but they're going back even stronger to go get more. On the Red Alliance, they're moving quickly, they're moving swiftly. More robotics moving as fast as they can to score now on that L3. Actually, L4, they are filling up that L4 before they move on to the lower bracket. To the lower levels, right? With 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go, the Red Alliance is taking that lead with a score of 58-27. That Blue Alliance is taking their time, but taking their time precisely, and they do have some coral on that L4 and that L3 sections. They have 3 on L3, 1 on L4. Right here, it looks like 9997 is working, the Hex Hound is working on getting that algae into that net. Unfortunately, they did miss, but they're going to try again. 3197. The Hex Hounds is getting that algae, scoring it into that net. They have 2 at the moment. They are going for more. With less than a minute still left to go, that Red Alliance is still taking that lead, going faster than ever, filling up that L4, going on to that L3, taking off that algae to continue scoring into those lower levels. Blue Alliance still trying as much as they can. They are actually taking the strategy where they are going on for those lower levels before they move on to the top. Right here, 1675 Ultimate Protection Squad is going precisely, going to the core station, going back and using as much time as they have. Within the last 20 seconds left into the match, they're scoring their final cores, final points, so that they can move on to the barge and hang to get those rankings. Over here, Beast Robotics is positioning themselves as well as UPS. 2 robots over there on Blue Alliance. The more robotics has hung right here. 3197 Hex Hounds is moving on precisely so they can too. And that is the end for match number 10.
And we're back. Dan, that was a pretty exciting match. Kind of really closer than we were anticipating, but overall it was a really good match to watch.
Yeah, we had a lot of back and forth going on there. We had some defense being played. We had a lot of coral being scored, a lot of algae being scored on both sides. We had teams kind of playing to their focus as well, with usually one robot doing coral and one robot doing the algae. Let's see how that turned out for them.
And it is a Red Alliance win. With a score of 142-55, so that's a really good score from the Red Alliance. They're definitely doing their coral and algae. 17-14, really focusing on that coral. 3197 playing that hybrid role. It's kind of funny seeing 9997 on the other side of the field, where it's like, am I seeing double? But it's cool to see that as well.
So with that, we have the Red Alliance advancing on to the lower bracket, round 4, match number 12. And let's give a big round of applause for teams 1675, 2202, and 9997 in their final match for today.
Well played all around. We're going to send it over to the field now for backpack raffle.
All right. We are in a little bit of a game break here during the playoffs. First is more about building robots. It's about building quality people. And what MROC has been doing this weekend with their backpack challenge is pretty exciting. And I'm going to invite Asher to come up and tell us about this wonderful thing that they've put together this weekend. Here you go.
Good evening, MROC. So on behalf of Team 930, I want to extend a huge thank you to the Milwaukee Cross Trainers Academy for partnering with us once again to receive backpacks and distribute them to children in need across the state. We'd also want to thank every single one of you who donated, whether it was a notebook or a full backpack. Your generosity truly makes an impact. This year at MROC, we collected 38 total backpacks full of school supplies. We've donated 65 to the Milwaukee's Cross Trainers Academy in the last 2 years, making 104 backpacks in total across 4 years of MROC. The MROC backpack drive wouldn't be possible without all of your generous support, and altogether we're making children's educational journeys a success across the state. Again.
All right. That is an incredible program that we've got going. Thanks to everybody that participated in the backpack challenge. I know a number of teams brought in backpacks, so thank you. Couple announcements during this field break. The last number I heard is that they only have 16 more raffle tickets to sell. I don't even know if they still have those, but they are running out of raffle tickets, so now is the time to go ahead and get some of those raffle tickets. Also, if you are hungry, concession stand 2 for 1 on baked goods and reduced prices on all hot items. So if you're hungry, if you didn't get enough lunch, now's the time to swing down there and take advantage of some of those discounts. We'll be right back with introductions for the next match after this break. All right, folks, raffle tickets are completely sold out. So be ready for us to start doing drawings after match 12. right, let's get rolling with match 11 here in round 4. Starting it off with team 5096.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, it's the Teutonic Force.
The Alliance captains, team 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
Final and rounding it out with team 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Leviathans.
On the blue side, Alliance captains, team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, it's Paradigm Shift.
Joining them is team 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's Robo Dogs.
And finishing it off with team 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Round Table Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off in this upper bracket semifinal match. The Red Alliance has 3 robots off the line. Hilltoppers has scored 2 on level 4 already. Leviathans have scored 1. It looks like Hilltoppers is going for a third here. They got it as well as Leviathans. Over on the blue side, they have 3 on L4, and every robot is off that starting line. Now we're off into the tele-op portion of this, where the drivers can take control. Hilltoppers is moving around right now. They're trying to get the de-algify that reef, make some room for their teammates to score. It looks like they're going to try to toss this one up into the barge, and they got it. Over on the other side here on the Blue Alliance, we have Roundtable Robotics trying to get some cycles going, but it looks like 5996, the Teutonic Force, is trying to put some trouble in their path. Playing some heavy defense over on this Blue Alliance Coral Station here. Paradigm Shift is looking to find a way around there, going to the other player station on the blue side. They score on a level 4. Over on the red side, Leviathans continue to make their cycles with their ground intake, making it hard to play defense against them, but nobody is right now. Hilltoppers moving around, trying to get more coral from their player station. Looks like they're going to go to de-algify that reef. They're moving over to the barge, looking to toss it up with a nice little flick of the wrist. There they go. Paradigm Shift continuing to look for a score here, but the Teutonic Force continuing to lock it down here, stopping Robo Dogs from getting to their player station. They found a way to get in there and got one. They're going to try to come score this one here. They're looking for a level 2. Let's see if they got it. They're lining it up. They got it, bang. Leviathans coming over, trying to find something on the ground there to pick up. Got a piece of coral in there as their teammates Hilltoppers are continuing to fill out that reef. The Teutonic Force continues to play defense, trying to box out all of these teams to make sure that they cannot get back to the reef from the coral station. Roundtable finds a way, tries to score level 3 here. They got it. Leviathans and Hilltoppers continue to make quick cycles here. 20 seconds left with that sonar ping. Hilltoppers looks to be lining up for a deep cage here. We got a pretty close match within 20 points so far. Hilltoppers pulling in that cage. They're up. Paradigm Shift looking to find a way to get up. They're up, as well as Roundtable is up, and we got a park from the Red Alliance.
Now, that's the match I've been waiting for. It's
Yeah.
really nice we got to be 4 finals as well.
2 very high-scoring alliances with a reputation at this tournament. both going up against each other and both playing their A game. They've had their strategy locked in, and now they're just trying to see how it plays out and which one plays out a little bit better. Both of them were really rocking that round.
Yeah, no, really good match, really good teamwork from each alliance, and let's go and check out this score. And it is Red Alliance win. 185 to 155.
That is insane.
That is a really good score and a very clean match too. Gotta note that from both alliances. But really big aspect of 140 to 132 in Coral, really close there. But big aspect there, 20 algae to 0.
Yep.
Barge the same, and then 2 points for penalty. So overall, that algae really coming down to that game changer and giving it to that Red Alliance.
And that's where having robots that can do multiple tasks can really come in handy. The Blue Alliance has 3 fantastic Coral scorers, but the Red Alliance has Hilltoppers who are also really good at doing that algae scoring. And as we've noted before, they have that strategy where they place a Coral, pull an algae off, score the algae, go back and grab some Coral. And they just loop through and loop through and loop through and do that as long as there's no defense being played on them. But if there is defense being played on them, then they have the ability to switch. Now, there was a lot of defense this match. Let's take a look at some of that.
Yeah, so with that, you really see the tectonic force down here, really playing that hard defense on this station. But you will start to notice Blue Alliance is starting to figure that out, where they'll send 2 robots to this station, only 1 to this to deal with that defense. That's how they're breaking that out a little bit, just to slow it down a little bit. So you're only having 1-to-1 on defense, and 2171's really being really good at that. We'll see some matches here. They're faking them out. They're, hey, I'm gonna go this way. Up, no, I'm not. And that's the power of Swerve, which makes it really exciting to watch from a fan's perspective, and just see that driver really knows how to control that robot.
Now, the maneuverability of Swerve is really good for that, but 5096 has an immovable drivetrain there. They were trying to get pushed around, like right here. They were trying to push them out of the way. They couldn't even budge them. Their drivetrain was really strong there, and here, they're pushing up against 2 robots and pretty successfully being able to block both of them. Their ability to slow down the Blue Alliance there, I think, made a significant difference in that scoring and their ability to put some cones up. Because they still could have scored some more cones there, and that could have caught up that distance.
So yeah, definitely a small things of tectonic force could get around here once you end up getting that robot there. Because again, that robot's going to come out. They need to come out. They're going to place a piece. But that's a small improvement of it. But overall, really high scoring match. You see these reefs. They're very full of algae in the L5, L4, and the L2 on both sides. But really coming down to that algae difference where it's 5-0. Because that's 4 points per. That's your 20-point difference, really affecting that match.
Yeah, definitely. And at that barge there, too, both sides had 1 robot that didn't quite make it over there. 5096 deciding to try and block 2171 at the end there from making it to that barge, and then zipping over last second to make it in time. Meanwhile, 2171 was caught over at their station and not able to score that last Coral that they were trying to. So let's take it back to the field for another match.
Well, Robot fans, we know that the #1 alliance is going to be going on to our MROC finals. And over the course of the next 2 matches, we'll learn who will be joining them in that best-of-3 series. But right here, right now, we have got round 4, match number 12 in our lower bracket. Let's go ahead and meet our alliances. Starting out in red, it's 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's More Robotics.
The next member of our red #2 alliance, it's 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hexhounds.
And coming in clutch, we've got team 9994.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
Wearing blue this match, we're starting out with a 706.
From Heartland, Wisconsin, it's Cyberhawks.
The next member of our blue #7 alliance, get those jazz hands ready for 4531.
From Two Rivers, Wisconsin, it's Steampunk.
And who gets the job done? 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, it's Oriole Assault.
We know the stakes winner here moves on to the final match of our lower bracket. Our losing alliance eliminated from playoff contention. We're making our final field checks at the moment. And we have got the all clear. So, round 4, match number 12 in our lower bracket. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And match 12, we are off. This is an elimination match. These teams are fighting to win here. We got, over on the Red Alliance, we got 2 robots off the leave. We got 2 level 4 corals scored, 1 over on the blue side. And it looks like Cyberhawks looked to go for an algae into the net there, but it just fell out. Immediately over on this red side, it looks like Oriole Assault's going to be playing some heavy defense and try to shut down this Red Alliance. Hex Hounds is unfazed as they just keep going. 1091 is really putting the pressure on more, making them sway each way. It's going to be difficult to score if this continues. Over on the blue side, Cyberhawks is trying to score it into the barge, and they got it up there. Moore is finding gaps to score here as Oriole Assault tries to play some heavy defense. The Hex Hounds continue to keep scoring here, and that's another L4 coral. Cyberhawks coming in with another algae, going to try to shoot that one up into the net. They got it. Got a minute 10 left in this game. X-Hounds continuing to run cycles. It looks like got a switch over here. Steampunks is now going to be playing defense as Oriole Assault's going to be trying to score some L3, L4 coral. Moore is trying to get a coral out of their human player station. Steampunk is trying to put on the defense, make it tough for him. Hexhounds has an algae, looking to put that one up into the net. They got it. That's going to be 4 points for them. They got another algae in their manipulator, reaching up. Got it. Bang. Oriole Assault looking to get some cycles from their human player station with their coral to score as that ping goes off. We've got 20 seconds left in this match. Hexhounds continue to put algae up into the net there. as more robotics grabs hold of that deep cage, going to try to reel it in. Their teammates, better name later, just park under there. And we have 3 blue robots parked. Can any of them get up? Looks like Cyberhawks tried to get up in time, but I'm not sure if they are up. That is match 12.
Well, Dan, another match is over at MROC. A really exciting one, to say the least.
There's a lot of action going on there on both sides of the field. We had a lot of very interesting defense being played. Some strategies they had to switch up kind of mid-match because of issues with robots and defense being played and all sorts of reasons. Lots of interesting dynamics going on that match.
Yeah, some of our 1714 had an algae in their robot for a little bit, and they eventually got that out, which was props to their driver on that. But 1714, 3197 really doing their combo hybrid role of algae and coral to go and boost up their score, which is really ended up. So hopefully we'll see with it, as the refs still are talking about portions of it, so might have some penalties, but we'll eventually get that score.
I definitely saw a couple of penalties being called, or that probably should have been called there. I think I saw early on in the autonomous period, it looked like there may have been a robot that crossed the barge line, perhaps. Not sure about that, but it looked like that happened, and I thought I saw some hitting in the safe zone during the defense. But let's see how it turns out with the score.
And it is the Red Alliance with a score of 144 to 35. So the number 2 alliance will be continuing on in the lower bracket, round 5, match 13. But unfortunately, it will be the end of the day for Alliance 7 of 706 Cyberhawks, 4531 Steampunk, and 1091 Oriole Assault.
Let's give the Blue Alliance a round of applause.
And looks like we are ready for the raffle. Hopefully everyone has their tickets out and ready to see those numbers, as we're going to start drawing those numbers on the field.
That's right. I think for many of us, just about the only thing that could be more exciting than what's happening on the field right now is figuring out if we won our chosen basket. Our raffle was remarkably popular, and before we announce any winners, we just want to say thank you all for your support of 930 and local robotics programs by participating in the raffle. Now, out here to help us give out our raffle prizes, please welcome our concessions coordinator, Sherry Esmeyer. So how this is going to work is we're going to go through the raffle baskets one at a time. We've got some help to pull those raffle tickets. We'll read the number and the name written on the back of these raffle tickets. If you're announced as a winner, we're going to ask that you hang tight for a moment. We'll go through all of the raffle winners, and then after we are all done here, you can go to the welcome desk outside to collect your prize. So with that in mind, are you ready to help us out? Excellent. So we're going to start with basket number 1. This is our MROC basket. Take it away. All right, so this one doesn't have a name. Our first winner is ticket 093884. 093884 for basket number 1. Next up, this is our Coffee Lovers basket. Winner here is Robin O, ticket number 093062. This now is our Dock Hounds basket. Thank you. This is for Michelle H, ticket number 093350. Now, next up, basket number 4. This is the Kendra Scott necklace. Winner here is Peyton, ticket number 093957. Next up, basket number 5. We have 2 winners here. This is our Wisconsin Treat basket. Our first winner is Grace G, ticket number 093666. And then our second winner, that is going to be Tasha M, 093939. taking home some Dunkers and Quick Trip gift cards. Next up is our hand-knitted blanket basket. This one is going to Justin S. Ticket number 093168. Now, I think this was a very hot item here. This is basket number 7, our sourdough bread basket. A lot of tickets in this one. Let's see who's going to get it. All right, this one is going to Nathan K. 093615. That is one hot basket there. Next up, basket number 8. This is the Campfire S'mores basket. This one, great day for Justin S. That's their second basket, 093167. Now on to basket number 9, the gardening basket. This one is going to John A. 093523. Next up, basket number 10 is the ice cream party basket. Thank you so much. Looks like this is going to Laura M. Ticket 093673. Spicy snack basket coming your way now. This is going to, it looks like Beth L. 093859. Next up is our baby basket, basket number 12. This one goes to David K. Ticket number 093907. Now for our Ulta Beauty basket. Ooh, nice one. That is going to Emily B. 093111. Next up, basket 14, pets are the best. That's going to James C. 093287. Now for our poolside party basket, could definitely come in handy this couple of days. That is going to Aaron L. Ticket number 093813. All right. Next up, we have our outdoor fun basket, number 16. Thank you. That is going to Nolan B. Ticket number 093039. Next up is our kitchen basket. That is going to Jacob L. 093550. Next up, our thinking party basket. Going to Chloe. Ticket number 093090. Art basket next. Thank you. This is going to Emily B. I think another person with a very lucky ticket here. 093776. All right, basket number 20. This is the gamer basket. That is going to Leia O. Ticket number 093656. This is our penultimate basket, the Pamper Yourself basket. Going to Peggy L. Ticket number 093344. And then finally, the Family Fun Basket, number 22. That is going to Peggy L as well. Couple multiple winners here. Impressive. That's 093345. Can I get your name real quick? Can we get a round of applause for Anna for doing such a nice job pulling all those raffle tickets? There was a lot there. Again, thank you all so much for your support of local robotics programs. If you are announced as one of our winners, give us a moment here. We got to get off the field and make our way back, but check in at the welcome desk to collect your prize and make sure to bring that winning ticket. We'll be back on the field for the final match of our lower bracket in just a few short moments. Now, as we get ready for this match, we are thrilled at the excitement there is for our human player matches. Our human player match is going to be taking place after this match during our next break. And so what that means is if you're signed up for a human player match, it's time to report to queuing so we can get started during our next break. Robot fans, we have made it to match number 13 of our double elimination bracket. We have got Alliance number 2 wearing blue, Alliance number 3 wearing red, and the winner of this match will be going on to face the number 1 Alliance in our best of 3 finals. We have got 2 incredible alliances here. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Getting started with our red number 3 alliance. Let's hear it for 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, it's Paradigm Shift.
Of course, you know they're joined by our out-of-staters, 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's Robo Dogs.
And the final member of the Alliance hoping for a win, it's 1792.
From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, it's Round Table Robotics.
Now we move over to our blue number 2 alliance. We begin with 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's More Robotics.
They're joined this match by their partners 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hexhounds.
And they've been coming in clutch as a backup bot for our alliance. It's 9994.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
Two alliances playing to punch their ticket to the MROC finals. We've got the all clear to get underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 13 underway, and a chance to get into the finals with a win here. On the Red Alliance, we have 3 robots leave the starting area, 2 Coral on L4. It looks like they might be going for some more. We got 3 Coral on L4 on the red side, and we got 2 Coral on L4 on the blue side. Another one was just put up there. Make that a 4th L4 Coral for the blue. The Red Alliance de-algifying the reef, going to make it easier for them to put Coral on there as the match continues. Round Table rising up for an L4, as well as with their teammates Paradigm Shift. More Robotics lining up, just put something on the L4 here. There's a Coral scored with their teammates Hexhounds following right along with them. Better Name Later trying to put on some defense here to stop the Red Alliance from scoring some points here. Better Name Later trying to keep Round Table at their Coral stations so that they cannot get to the reef. The Blue Alliance continues to keep scoring. As they have nobody in their way, they're just going to keep on going ahead. Hexhounds puts another one on L4 as the Red Alliance puts 2 on L4, 1 from Round Table and 1 from Paradigm Shift. Their teammates Robo Dogs put 1 on L2. Round Table rises up, puts another on L4. Over on the blue side, Hexhounds and More keep putting them on L4 and L3. We got 1 minute left in this match. The Blue Alliance leads by 14 points. Round Table continuing to try to clear out that L4 and make sure that reef is fully set with Coral. Over on the blue side, Hexhounds continue to do the same with their teammates More. Better Name Later trying to lock down over here, trying to see what they can do. Looks like Paradigm Shift went over to the blue side to try to play some defense to try to stop them. Hexhounds decides to make a change here and go for some algae into the net. Their teammates More continue to score Coral as we hear that ping, meaning 20 seconds left in this match. The Blue Alliance leads by 16 points at this point. Teams continue to put Coral on their reef as they come over into the barge area to climb. More Robotics is up. Their teammates Hexhounds trying to get up with 2 seconds left. We got 2 robots parked, 1 up on the blue side, and we got 1 robot parked on the red side.
Well, Dan, that was an exciting match. Definitely what I was expecting for that final lower bracket match between 2 and 3.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line with this match too, as we were talking about before the playoffs or the match started. You know, the winner of this goes on to the finals, so this is going to be a high tension match.
Definitely saw that 3 offensive robot by that Red Alliance. sending all three. That's what they're doing. Then in the end, they ended up switching off a little bit and kind of trying to throw that curveball to the other alliance, just like, hey, we're still losing, or we're down. We have to adjust. So.
Yeah, they sent paradigm shift over there to try to do some defense, you know, and we had 9994 playing some heavy defense the entire match over on the Red Alliance. So they're having to cope with that again. Oftentimes when you have those 4 robots on one side, there's a lot to maneuver around, and sometimes when that happens, the best thing to do is send them over. So let's see how that turned out for both alliances.
It is the Blue Alliance. Score of 138 to a score of 112. With that, again, it's coming down to that barge and algae. Really the big decider for that match.
A 1 point difference only between the coral points, so yeah. Let's give a round of applause for 1259, 1792, and 2171. They have played a really great match.
So going into that, let's break it down. So starting off in auto, very similar auto paths you're seeing here of both the captain and the first pick going to their station for those additional pieces. Very important to get those higher algae and those auto scores. Going from there, we then see going into the meat of the match. You definitely see those 3 red offensive robots. You eventually see 9994 coming over there. But big difference with their defense is they're not just playing the defense at one station. They're going back and forth. They're disrupting. They're playing that hard defense. They're going from there. Kind of going a little bit later, you will see a very good play for them as a defensive portion. So they're bumping 1792 right there. But then they're waiting for the next team to come to them. So you see 1259 right here. They're trying to get in, but they're definitely not letting them. Kind of using that swerve, pushing them to go to the other station, sucking up more time for them to do it. Then you'll see right here, down in this bottom corner there, that we're looking into. Down here, you'll see the 994 going over there, but then they're kind of not, they're pulling away to avoid that penalty and avoid that pinning call. But we'll see for the 40-second mark, it's a pivot over where you see this robot coming over and playing defense, where you'll then see 3197 switch from that coral game to then start doing that algae game back into the barge.
Yeah, so they had to switch up which they were scoring there. And it was a good thing they had both scoring elements there and were able to have that lift to get all the way up into the top of the barge. They didn't just have the element to remove the algae out of the reef. And then they've got to switch into their end game here, where they're clearing out some of that algae from the barge to make room for their robots to make it in. You've got 1714 going over there for the hang. 1259 got caught up on an algae over on the other side and were not able to make it over to the barge either for that full end game bonus.
So definitely exciting. So now it's in the finals, 1v2. They have played before, so we'll see what they end up doing if each alliance makes any changes to what their strategy is.
It'll be very exciting.
So we have something really exciting. All we've been looking forward to, other than the finals, is the human player matches. So let's toss it over to the field.
MROC, we've got our finalists locked into place. And while they are working together and getting everything lined up, we're going to do some human player matches. We have representatives from teams on the field right now to pretend they are robots and see how they can do as just human players. So looks like the field is ready to go. Okay, holding on. All right, now we got a green light on the field. Human players, are you ready? This match begins in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we are starting this match on strong with the human players moving faster than the robots. Can you believe that? Over here on the Blue Alliance, they're using their tactic by scoring a bunch of algae into the net. How many do they have in there? 6, 7, I don't know, lost count. That ends autonomous mode, and now we are moving into teleop. Being driven by invisible people over here on the Red Alliance. They are scoring a lot on that L4, moving on that L3. Now, actually, they have one person moving on L3 and the second person moving on L4, while the other one is briefly getting some into that core station, pushing it on to their alliance partner. Moving over here onto the Blue Alliance, they are moving fast, swift. They are not wasting any time. All of the algae has actually been removed from the reef, and now they are just working on making sure that the coral is being scored on the reef, making sure that these human players are walking so that it is fair to both matches, right? With 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, I think we have just beat the record, with Red having 185 points and Blue having 184. The score is tied, and there's still lots of time left to go. So let's see if they finish off by then, if they're able to score all the coral in by the time the match ends. 1 minute, 10 seconds left to go. That reef is filled up on both sides. Red Alliance is not stopping to fill in that well one level. They are now running. They are still running. They moving quickly and fast. Is it Red Alliance or is it Blue Alliance? All right, less than 1 minute left to go. Looks like a lot of algae has still been scored on there. That floor looks pretty clean to my eyes. It looks like they have finished up all the coral. There is no coral left in the core station or on the ground, with 30 seconds still left to go. Go in that barge, go in that park, making sure that they are not hanging, because that is with 20 seconds left to go, they are just parking, they are just chilling, making as much points as they can, and they are hanging. Just visualize it, guys. They're hanging, okay? And match number 1 for human player is over. It looks like the Red Alliance has won with a score of 271 to 261. Not much of a difference. Good job, Red Alliance. We are now getting ready for that second match with human players.
one, check, 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 check. Check one, check, 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 check.
All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, both sides are moving extremely fast in these 15 seconds of autonomous. I hope these players are walking because those are the rules. Right, with 2 seconds left to go for autonomous, it looks like there are a bunch of algae on the floor, but actually surprisingly no coral on those L4 levels. It looks like both sides are actually focusing on that algae. Make sure you guys are not throwing the balls too aggressively over the net because that is not safe for any members at all. Looks like over here on the Red Alliance, there's a lot of coral standing right there on the side of the driver's station. I am not exactly sure why. It looks like over here on the Blue Alliance, they are grabbing a lot of coral. They're grabbing lots of coral and stacking it on the end. I am not exactly sure what is this tactic they are trying to do, but what I do know is that this Red Alliance does have a lot of algae into their net, and they are getting more. Come on, Blue Alliance, you guys got to lock in and get some more algae into that net because they're stacking a lot of coral on the driver's station. As you know, there's a lot of coral in this game. With 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go, the Red Alliance has 45 points and the Blue Alliance has 13. Blue, you got to keep on locking in if you want to win this match. If you guys even want that in the first place, I don't even know. The Red Alliance has a lot of algae into their net. Blue Alliance has 1. Give Blue Alliance a round of applause for that 1 algae into their net. With still a little bit time left to go, they are doing dominoes with their coral. I don't know what they are doing, actually. Over here on the Blue Alliance, they are spinning. They just keep on spinning and just doing things. With less than a minute left to go, there's 27 seconds left. The Red Alliance have 74 points, and the Blue Alliance has 13. Red Alliance is still going with that tactic of domino while stacking a bunch of algae into that net. With 15 seconds left to go, I hope all team members are approaching the barge. Looks like they are not really doing that. They're knocking down all their domino. Red Alliance onto that red parking spot. Is Blue going to reach theirs on time? And they do at this last human player match. And it looks like the Red Alliance takes the win with a final score of 83-15. Yeah, good job, everyone.
All right, folks, welcome to finals. All right, we're going to start this off with the traditional first handshake. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the teams on the red side. They're going to head over to see Ryan so we can get set up for that. Starting with Alliance Captain 1732. Their Alliance partners, Team 8744.
Team 8744 hails from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. They've made it to playoffs at every event they have played this season. Give it up for Leviathans. Real quick, Jer, I want to make sure we properly introduce the captain of the #1 Alliance. They hail from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, winner of the Wisconsin Regional and the inaugural Wisconsin State Championship. That's Hilltop Robotics.
All right, and for rounding out Alliance 1, we're talking 5096.
They hail from Germantown, Wisconsin. They were rank 13 this weekend. Rank 12 made it to be the captain of an alliance, and nobody looked at 13 until we got all the way back to the captain of the #1 alliance. That is the Teutonic Force.
Now over here on our Blue Alliance side of the field, we have the electric #2 Alliance. Let's go ahead and introduce ourselves, beginning with their captain, Team 1714.
They're out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They were the first round selection at all 4 of their previous events this season. This time, they're in charge of the #2 Alliance. Give it up for More Robotics.
And of course, they have got their right-hand team, their first selection, Team 3197.
Out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, this team had a 3 blue banner season, 2 regional wins, and an Impact Award win at the North Star Regional. Give it up for Hex Hounds.
Our third member of our #2 Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for 1220.
Out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this might look like a brand new team, but they were the winner of the Phantom Lakes Regional. That's Rock Hoppers.
And we have to make sure to announce a very important team that came in clutch to help make sure our #2 Alliance made it here. Let's give it up for the 4th member of the Alliance, Team 9994.
Out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, they were the 2nd robot entry from their program this weekend. They show that they can put up all the skill that 8744 has, and now they're going to face off against them. Give it up for Better Name Later.
And now, robot fans, in the spirit of gracious professionalism, we're going to have our #1 and 2 alliances turn to face each other. Shake hands with your right hand, or left, that works too. Go ahead, shake the hands of your competitors, return to your drive stations, and can we hear it for our #1 and 2 alliances?
All right, folks. Drivers behind the line. Finals 1 begins in 3, 2, 1, go!
Finals match 1 between Alliance 1 and Alliance 2, red and blue respectively. We've got 2 coral up top for the red number 1 Alliance, 1 so far for blue. The blue Alliance has fought their way back through the lower bracket, facing perfection after round 1, and now they are in finals here at MROC. Red Alliance starts with an early lead, 37-26. We see Teutonic Force do what they have done for this Alliance all day long. They cross through the red barge zone, take advantage of that high cage, makes it easy for them to cross through without disrupting that 12-point opportunity later in the match. 1220 Rock Hoppers have also crossed the field to play a little bit of defense. We do see that robot 1220 though, lots of spinning on their drivetrain. It seems like they are right up against 1732, playing some defense awfully close to that protected reef zone owned by the Red Alliance. Captain of the number 1 Alliance, Hilltoppers, they rip algae from the reef, get it lofted up into the Red Alliance net, adding 4 points to the red lead. They are about to break 100 points with a minute and a half remaining in the match. 1220, they cross back toward the blue side of the field through that Red Alliance barge zone. We see 8744 Leviathans dropping off some coral on L3 at the moment. They've been cycling nice and fast, and they can pick up from the playing field floor. That is a great advantage to the number 1 Alliance. Hilltoppers are using the coral station, but Leviathans picking up off the floor, and Hilltoppers also showing some flexibility while chasing down some algae and getting it up into that red net. Taking a look over on the blue side, we have got more robotics and hexhounds. They're leading that offensive charge with coral, which we've seen them do previously in their playoff matches. They're now about to break 100 points for themselves with 40 seconds remaining in finals match 1. 1220 Rock Hoppers, it looks like they have E-stopped. They're right in front of the Blue Alliance processor. We heard some noise coming out of their robot, but for now, they're gonna sit tight. They might be waiting out the conclusion of this match, unfortunately, for the number 2 Alliance. Number 2, though, is keeping up with number 1, just about 20 points of separation. Hexhounds, flexibility with the algae, up for 4 quick points. Their manipulator for that deep cage down to the playing field floor. More robotics, their captain right alongside them. Hilltoppers, the first up off the ground for Alliance 1, and a last piece of coral coming from Leviathans as Teutonic Force picks up the park for the number 1 Alliance at the end of finals match 1.
Well, definitely exciting first finals match. Definitely a little bit of different strategies that played out there. Dan, what did you see?
I saw some pretty interesting defense being played again on both sides. We had both sides putting up lots and lots of points. There was a little bit more on the algae on the Red Alliance side. I saw some switching into putting some algae up towards the end of the match there. We'll have to see how that affected the outcome of the game. Looked like pretty similar end game there too on the barge. We saw 1596 almost not making it to the barge with they got stuck on some algae, but then were able to pop off and make it over there. I was a little worried they weren't going to make it, but it looked like they did.
Yeah, definitely some good defense from them in that match. Definitely seeing some issues with 1220. I did get some information. They did switch out their Robo Rio right before that match, so that might have led to some of those issues. But we'll see. They do have another backup robot, 9994, that has played before, so they may be playing next match. But overall, really good match. Really nice to see Hexhounds and Hilltoppers kind of playing that hybrid role. A little bit more algae scored from Hilltoppers, but overall, really good match. Really waiting to see that next final score. But it looks like we do have that, so let's see it. Red Alliance with a score of 180 to 136. So this is a best out of three breakdown for this. It is not a upper lower bracket anymore. So this is the first match. So it is their first Alliance to 2. So we'll see what Blue comes back with this next match.
Yeah, we've got a slightly higher coral score with 125 to 107. A pretty significant lead on the algae, like we were noting in the initial analysis there. The barge, I'm kind of surprised that I thought Blue had more on the barge, but I guess was a little off there. But we also had Penalties in play on both sides there. That's one of the higher penalty scores that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely some more penalties, but again, the robots are playing a little bit more aggressive. This is the final, so I'm not surprised about seeing those results. So let's go to the telestrator and kind of seeing how this match broke down. So digging the auto, really good placement here. You have all 5 robots moving, but you do see that Blue Alliance robot shift over. So that is something from those penalties there.
Too much there too. Hilltoppers dropped one of their coral. Usually they've got that 3 coral auto, but they dropped one there.
So yeah, only a 4-piece versus a 2-piece on the Blue Alliance, so a closer than normal auto score. Then going into here, you do see Tectonic Force coming over and playing defense. You do they start at that one station, then they kind of get lost between the two. They have 2 robots to hit, right? If you're not hitting one robot and you're just hitting the second one, you're kind of missing your target there. So they're kind of tailoring to just that one station, trying to force both robots to this one, trying to increase their cycle time.
We got 12.
But then
12,
you
20
do
on
see
the
the
other
Red
side.
Alliance, they are able to, for the most of the match, just play freely. Where, hey, if you're letting those 2 robots play freely, it's going to be hard. They're 2 very good robots.
All right, well, we're going to cut over to the field once again, and we've got some awards to give out.
All right, thanks, Aaron. The Red Alliance has taken an advantage in the finals match. We're going to be back in just a moment to see if we are going to crown a champion or head to a tiebreaker. Well, both alliances are recharging for finals too. We want to take a moment to thank all of the volunteers who help make MROC possible year after year. Please give a big round of applause to all of the volunteers, including your field volunteers, which includes your resetters, queuers, scorekeepers, CSA, and FTAs, led by FTA Justin Cooper and field supervisor Dave Gottfried. We also want to give a big applause for our AV volunteers, that are camera operators, our DJ Sam, and our webcast technicians that are behind the scenes making all of this go out. We want to thank our volunteers working behind the scenes, like our workshop coordinator, Ellery, and our volunteer coordinator, Amanda, and our event manager, Abby Esmeyer. At this time, I'd like to invite the MROC Planning Committee to the field to present the 2025 MROC Volunteer of the Year Award.
Brief picture break there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abby Esmeyer, and I am your MROC Planning Committee Chair and Event Manager here today. We have 75 volunteers at MROC this weekend, running everything from the field to the welcome desk to concessions to judging and everything in between. Many of those volunteers are alumni of the program who have been inspired to come back and give their time. I would like to highlight some of the people standing here beside me. We have 3 students on our MROC Planning Committee. Asher V is an integral part of our AV team here, helping run the MROC Live Desk, the live stream, and pick up any pieces that may get left behind in the process. He also coordinated our backpack drive and all of our communication with our community partners this year. Ellery W was our workshop coordinator. She coordinated all of the emailing of teams, getting slideshows, making the schedule, planning times for all of our educational workshops that you may have attended yesterday. She was also an integral part of our AV team and our MROC Live Desk. She coordinated all of our student interviews, so any of the students that saw got prepped by Ellery. Finally, Amanda E was not only our volunteer coordinator, but our team experience coordinator. She emailed out all of the invoices, all of the info blasts, all of the information that needed to get to teams and to volunteers she was in charge of. All right. Everyone on the planning committee and everyone in the green shirts here at MROC this year have been so important to the function of this event. Through all of the months of planning, through all the bumps in the road, through all the holes in the field, and all of the long event hours, I cannot be more proud of all of the volunteers here today and at all first events this season and many more. I encourage all of you, students, mentors, and parents, to consider volunteering at events in Wisconsin and beyond. Now, it is my great pleasure to hand out the 2025 MROC Volunteer of the Year Award. When we first started MROC in 2022, our goal was to make a premier event, and high energy and excitement is a big part of that goal. From signage to merch to AV and show, an event at this level takes a lot of dedicated people. We asked our winner to help create the excitement, and they have continued to raise the bar every year. They're an alumni of Team 930 and have been at every MROC since the beginning. They understand the energy needed to keep an FRC event engaging and exciting. You've heard his sick beats this whole weekend. Please join me in congratulating our 2025 MROC Volunteer of the Year, DJ Sam Grahowski.
All right, thanks again to all the volunteers here at MROC. Your support is what's making this all possible. We're going to go ahead and clear the field for finals match 2, which could be our last match here at MROC 2025. And as that happens, I'm kicking it back over to DJ Sam. Real quick housekeeping announcement. Team 93 is missing a GoPro camera. If you happen to have found a GoPro camera, if you can please bring it to the welcome desk or the scoring table so that we can get it back to 93, that would be great. Again, Team 93 is missing a GoPro camera. All right, finals 2. A Red Alliance win will crown them champions here at MROC. Otherwise, we will go to a tiebreaker match. So let's start out on the Red Alliance with Team 5096.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, the Teutonic Force.
Your number 1 Alliance captain, Team 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Hilltopper Robotics.
Rounding it out with Team 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the Leviathans.
Over here on our Blue Alliance side, they are a game behind, but they are ready to win and force that tiebreaker. It's our number 2 Alliance. Let's reintroduce ourselves to their captain, Team 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, welcome, More Robotics.
With them on the field, it's Team 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hexhounds.
And joining them in this match, it's our clutch backup team. It's 9994.
Eau Claire, Wisconsin, better name later.
All right, just pulling. Who's pulling for the Red Alliance out there?
Can I get some love for our Blue Alliance?
We can do better than that, Red Alliance. Come on.
I think we got the audience on our side. Who's rooting for a Blue Alliance win? We're always rooting for bonus robots, Jerry.
Yes, we are. We're always looking for that tiebreaker match.
Who's just hoping everyone has fun this weekend?
All right, we got a thumbs up on the field. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
That red light is red, which means go, and all 6 robots putting full effort right from the first second out there, Red Alliance. We've got 1732, that's Hilltopper Robotics straight up coming, then putting as many coral on that L4 and gaining as much of an advantage as they can in the autonomous. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance also putting equal effort and trying to get those points. Looks like right off the bat into tally-up, we've got Team 5096. That is the Teutonic Force playing immediate defense to make sure that they're able to block that alliance, the Blue Alliance, and maximize the scores of their Red Alliance. 97-44 also doing the same for 97-94 also doing the same. That's better name later, also making sure that they're able to slow down that Red Alliance as much as possible with 1:45 left on that clock. 3197, that's Hexhounds trying to get some of those L4 coral, L3 corals as well. Looks like we got a spinning robot out there on the field. I'm not able to see who it is. Definitely putting on a show for audience out there. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance completing almost as many L4 points as they can, as we looks like 3197 caps that last L4 node out there on that reef zone. Red Alliance trying their best to catch up as possible, but 99. It looks like 99-94, better name letter, putting up a fight to make sure their Blue Alliance keeps that win under their name. With just 45 seconds left on the clock, the performance of both the alliances will determine whether we go into that tiebreaker match or we get to crown the champion of MROC right after this round. 1732 attempting to grab some of those components before they launch into endgame out there. It looks like 3197 dropping one more algae into that net as we get into the last 15 seconds. This will determine whether we go into that tiebreaker round. Looks like the Red Alliance is stuck in the blue, but never mind. It is making it for the parking zone with just 5 seconds left. I see 2 red robots in that barge zone, and I see 2 blue robots, and that is the end of match 2. Please give a round of applause for these wonderful robots out here.
Whoa, Dan, that was not what I was expecting for Finals 2.
That is what we were hoping to see in a finals match, though. That excitement was wild. I literal chills down my spine watching that match.
No, it was definitely like things going wrong, different strategies being played. Definitely like seeing Leviathan's second robot playing robot defense on them, then Leviathan's playing a counter defense on them like later in the match. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been super impressed with 9994's defense this entire competition. They've been one of the better ones for like strategizing as to where they need to be, and they're always where they need to be to slow down the opposing alliance. And they also have that ability to shoot that algae up. They're a pretty versatile team.
Yeah, no, Hextowns actually beat Hilltoppers on algae, so that was really impressive from their side of doing that. Really good defense from 96, locking down that far station, so really making them go to this close one. So.
All right, let's see what color the fish is. Find out which one's going.
And it is the Blue Alliance.
So that's going to bring us to a rubber match.
118-89. So again, this is a best of 3 finals. So we will be going to that rubber match to take it all of who wins MROC 2025.
Before we get to that match, though, we're going to clear the field, and we've got an award to give out.
All right, it looks like the Blue Alliance isn't ready to end the fun yet. So we're going to have another match. But until then, until we get ready for the next match, we're going to hand out some well-deserved awards. Please join me in welcoming the judges to the field, led by Judge Advisor Kristen Flickinger. All right, we're going to start this off with the Judges Award. This award recognizes a team that the judging panel identified as having contributions both on and off the field, success during competition, or team community that deserves acknowledgement. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. A can-do attitude, the optimism to tackle problems as a team, and early testing of ideas are at the heart of FIRST. This sharp-eyed team formed in a math class, as all good engineering does. They started from scratch by tearing down a robot to learn before building up their robot for MROC. They pushed right to the edge and brought Larry the googly-eyed robot to life in only 3 months. The Judges Award goes to Team 10909, Cutting Edge.
Our next award is the Breakthrough Award. This award recognizes a team that persevered through any challenge that the 2024-2025 season threw at them and rose to the first core values in the face of obstacles. Their team environment has fostered growth of both the individuals and the team as a whole in their confidence and capabilities. Here's what the judges had to say about the winners of this award. This team has built their foundation with LEGO camps and first LEGO League programs, lighting a path for others. They opened their tailgate and assisted fellow birds take flight by helping to charge up the robots of their new Turkish friends. This team grew their flock without fault. The Breakthrough Award goes to Team 1091 Oriole Assault.
Next award is the Business Excellence Award. This award recognizes a team that expresses an entrepreneurial spirit, a comprehensive business plan to define, manage, and achieve the team's ongoing objectives, or they have established a recognizable social media presence in which they foster unity between the team, their sponsors, and a broader community. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team came together and evolved a new model. They overcame weighty challenges to deliver results on and off the field. By letting new people step up and lead, they continue to develop future Knights of their Round Table. The Business Excellence Award goes to Team 1792 Roundtable Robotics.
The next judged award we have to present is the Programming Award. This award celebrates the team that has demonstrated a professional approach to the software design process with reliable, high-performance autonomous robot operation, the ability to position itself and execute tasks, and an innovative control system or application of control components to provide unique machine functions. Here's what the judges had to say about the winners of this award. When the robot is in trouble, the lights give the status. In 5 days, this team completed their quest by hammering through their code. There is no hex on them when it comes to programming. Congratulations to the winners of the Programming Award, Team 3197 Hex Hounds!
Our next award is the Engineering Design Award. This award celebrates a professional approach to the design process, intentionally creating that enhances play strategy, a balance between form, function, and aesthetics, or machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Here's what the judges had to say about the winner of this award. This team is loaded with gears, even though they look at others for inspiration. They power up their robot with old school controls. Their lean 5S system has allowed this team to steam their way to success. The Engineering and Design Award goes to Team 4531 Steampunk. Congratulations to all of our award winners, and thank you again to all of our judges for their hard work this weekend. We're going to go ahead and clear the field and get ready for the finals match tiebreaker, where we will crown our MROC 2025 champions. All right. Finals match tiebreaker. Starting off with introductions on the red side with team 5096.
From Germantown, Wisconsin, it's the Teutonic Force.
Your alliance captain, team 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them on the field, it's team 8744.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Leviathans.
Over on our Blue Alliance side of the field, Alliance 2 already delivering one upset win in our finals. They're looking to see if magic can happen again to take home that champion's trophy. Let's reintroduce ourselves one last time to the captain, Team 1714.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's More Robotics.
And coming off of an award win, hoping to add a second MROC trophy to the case, it's 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hexhounds.
And the final member of the Alliance today on the field, it's 9994.
From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, it's Better Name Later.
Final field checks are underway. This one is that winner-take-all moment. Who's pumped? And with the all clear, drivers behind the lines. Finals match 3 in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway with this tiebreaker match here at MROC. Over on the red side, we got two robots that leave that starting line. Hilltoppers got two up there on L4. Their teammates Leviathan put one up there. Looks like they're both going to add another. We got 4 L4 on the red side. We got 1 L4 on the blue side with two robots off that starting line. Immediately, with the Teutonic Force is going over to the blue side to play some defense. As their teammates, Leviathans and Hilltoppers, are going to take some LG out of the reef, de-algify that reef, and fling it up there into the barge. Hilltoppers throws it up, and it does not get up there. Their teammates, Leviathan, trying to pick up some coral off the ground and get that on to the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance, it looks like Moore and Hexhounds are trying to fill out that reef the best they can. We got 1:40 left in this match. The Red Alliance leads by 20. Hexhounds looking to score on the L4. They've got it. Hilltoppers on the Red Alliance trying to de-algify the reef. They couldn't quite grab that LG. The Teutonic Force still playing defense over here on the Blue Alliance, trying to make sure that the Hexhounds and Moore cannot get any more coral from their human player stations. Hexhounds finds a gap going over to their human player station. Got a coral in their robot. Looking to score here on L4. There they go. Oh, and it just falls off. Hilltoppers found a coral on the Red Alliance. They put it up there. Their teammates, Leviathans, also put one up on L4. Leviathans have another one. They put that on L2. Better Name Later is trying to play defense against Leviathans and Hilltoppers, but they are finding gaps right now around them. Hexhounds and More Robotics are having trouble getting around the Teutonic Force, but they're finding a way. They've completely filled out their L4. The Red Alliance has one more spot open on their L4. Hilltoppers looking to fill that spot in, and it just misses there. 20 seconds left in this match. The Red Alliance has a lead by 20 points, now 7 points. Hilltoppers looking for a deep cage here, trying to grab hold of it. Their teammates that took Tonic Force looking to park. Hexhounds see if they can get a cage. Not in their control. More is up. Hilltoppers are up. Leviathan scores another. We have 2 blue robots parked, 1 robot hanging. We got 1 red robot parked and 1 hanging.
Wow, Dan, that was a very exciting Finals 3.
I don't think I have any nails left after that one. That was truly a nail-biter match, and we are going to have to wait and see what color those fish come out to be, because that was too close to call at this point.
Got very close towards the end. The Red Lions did have a little a lead going into the final seconds of that match, but Blue did catch up on there.
Yeah, I think one of the big bonuses is going to be the algae here, but let's find out where the score difference is. All right, let's see it.
It is the Red Alliance.
So our #1 alliance is going to take the tournament.
155 to 146. Yep, yeah, that was those penalty points definitely got that score a little bit closer, but 123 to 84 for Coral.
Wow. Congratulations to our #1 alliance, 1732, 8744, and 5096. And a great game for 1714, 3197, 1220, and 99994.
No, I hope everyone's enjoyed MROC as much as we have hosting you guys from this desk. Definitely some improvements for this year. Dan, Jacob, thank you for joining me on the desk this year. Definitely added additional improvement. I do want to send a special thanks to Kenneth and also all of our crew in the back, helping adjust our voices, making us sound a little bit better, making us so you can actually enjoy us. So thank you for all of them in the back. I really enjoyed my time here at MROC, and I'm looking forward to next year.
Yeah, I had a great time hosting. I've never done a role like this before. I've done lots of emceeing and game announcing, refereeing, judging, all sorts of different roles. But this was the first one for me, and it was a lot of fun. And thanks you to everybody in the audience who's been watching. I know we've had some crowds at home, some crowds across the states. I hope you guys enjoyed the show and the tournament. And we'll see you all next year. Let's send it back to the field.
All right, thanks a lot. We're going to bring the judges out as we present the awards for the 2025 MROC finalists and champions. So as we get the judges out here, we just once again want to thank them for all their hard work this weekend, as well as the referees who have made sure that gameplay has been fair. We also want to thank the field techs that have been keeping the field up and the cuers that have been keeping us on time today. So we thank all of those volunteers. We're going to go ahead and present the Finalists Award. This award celebrates the alliance that made it to the finals and were runner-up here at MROC 2025, making this just a great weekend to have this go all the way to 3 matches. We want to congratulate the alliance captain, Team 1714. More robotics out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Their alliance partner is 3197. Alliance partners 1220. And their clutch backup team, 99-94. All right, let's celebrate our winners today. This alliance made it to finals and won it all. They can proudly call themselves the MROC 2025 champions, starting out with alliance captain 1732. Their alliance partners, 8744. And finishing it off with team 5096. All right, thank you, judges. Congratulations to all of our fantastic teams who came out to compete this weekend. Thank you for being a gracious audience today, bringing your gracious professionalism to the event, and supporting the next generation of innovators and STEM leaders. We want to thank everybody for making this event excellent, celebrating first robotics competition this season, and we hope to see all or some of you at upcoming events later, specifically the lure competition or the twist competition later this season. Thank you all for coming out this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you in 2026 for MROC 2026, where we'll play Rebuilt.